Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to the spoon, you ain't know. If the children crying for starvation, just to the spoon. You want to get a news update, brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah. To spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kepa, congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, I do that. Yes, I do that. Spoon TV, spoon. Spoon entertainment.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right at the South Bend. Charges on the beat.
On the phone to get your information. To the spoon to be my spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening.
Okay. So it's another very, very beautiful Thursday evening here from Audius Congo Town in Monrovia, Liberia. Listen, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, wherever you're watching the show from this beautiful town. I'd like to say you are welcome once more to yet another thunderous edition of the Spoon Talk, the most preferred nighttime show from Audius Congo Town in Monrovia, Liberia. It's 5 minutes flipping 8 o'clock. Welcome to it, wherever you are, and whatever you are doing, please tell someone that the Spoon Talk is on. The program that informs you about everything happening in Liberia. The program that talks the talk. Brings you very, very critical analysis about the issues that matter for Mama Liberia. So it's good to be here, sitting in as your producer on this 15th day of the month of March. My name is Yekezi Zwobel. Let's have a wonderful time together this beautiful Thursday evening. Welcome if you just joining the show, if you're listening from right to Liberia, watching from Liberia or from other parts of the world, many of the United States of America. I'd like to say you're wholeheartedly welcome. We'll take a lot of calls just before the CEO and his team of panelists can come in. So take a lot of calls this evening. The numbers are 0-555-101075, 0-555-101075, 0-770-417-724. Those are the numbers to put you through. Call and tell us what's on your mind. So welcome to the Speak Your Minds segment of the show, wherever you are. So call us now. The lines have been declared open. We take several calls until the CEO and his team of panelists can join us here this evening. The numbers are 0-555-101075, 0-555-101075, 0-770-417-724, 0-770-4177-24 are the numbers to put you through here on the Spoon Talk Speak Your Minds segment. Let's talk to this first person. Okay, we lost that person on the line. Okay, let's see if we can talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello.
Good evening. Let's hear you. Your name and where you join us from?
My name is Avi Tulu. I'm calling from Victoria.
You say your name, please.
Hello.
Hello. You say your name.
You hearing me?
I'm hearing you, but you have to say your name once more, please.
My name is Avi Tulu. I'm calling from Victoria Johnson.
Avin, go ahead and speak your mind.
Okay, I just want to use your media to tell the Nigerian people that they must not give God glory to George Weah. Because everybody are just saying that George Weah making it, Nigeria, like George Weah making Nigeria is where it needs to be. Nigeria was founded before they born George Weah. Nigeria was independent in 1847 at that time George Weah was not born. So they must not give God glory to George Weah. Number two, I tell Musa Bede, thank you for 2 million money man coming party, but like we're not counting that for you. Bye-bye.
Thanks for calling. 0-555-101075, 0-770-4177-24. Those are the numbers to put it through. Let's see if we can speak to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello?
Your name and where you join us from, sir?
My name is Solomon Sobwako from Peace Island.
Solomon, go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, what I want to say is the issue containing about the police are really there.
Okay.
They are not really exhibiting their professional ethics when it comes to the police activities.
How? Tell us.
Yeah, the last time when I was in Relay, I was there. Most of the police are just going around to the motorcycle and they take them and they can get rattled. Just taking money until they are not focused on your duty. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for flagging that this evening on the show. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello, are you there? Okay, we lost that person, but you can call us on 0-555-101075. Let's talk to this person on the line. No, we missed that caller. Let's talk to this other person. Good evening. Your name and where you join us from? Hello? Your name and where you join us from?
My name is Jerry. I'm calling from Duboro.
Jared, go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, thank God. First of all, my concern has to do with what on my mind. It has to do with the current president.
Okay.
Why he said to me it's too early. You don't have to say that he's a packer. I can remember before President Bouaka at the time when you were vice president. Before even he could say that, I think it was after the 12 years. But for the current vice president to come on and say that he's a packer, it is heartening. Secondly, my concern has to do with the by-election pending in Mimba.
Okay.
I'm currently asking my brothers and sisters, my old man and my papa then are there that I had their voter right and are qualified to vote. They should please vote Mana Ide Gongoro way.
Thank you. Thank you for calling. Thank you very much. Thank you for calling. Let's talk to another person here on the line. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Good evening. My name is Zach F. Bemo, and I call from Ofakawa this evening.
Zach, let's hear you.
Thank you. My attention is drawn to this Corwell Road. We are in the dry season, and I like to call on the president through the Public Works Ministry to please see about this SMB junction of the Corwell Road. The place can be very difficult in the rainy season. Our students can really suffer, including people who are going to work. So I hope, please, Public Works, intervene to that place there. Imagine this is a road leading to the hydro and even to the office of the NSA. That same big junction can really be bad, and we want for you to do something about it this dry season. We are begging you from the angle of Cardwell. And the issue of the track that the Channel Union is using, this can also be a form of creating jobs for people who are now working. The track is very bushy. I don't know what Channel Union is doing about it, but I can implore people to be responsible to the track. That can also serve as a form of employment. So I hope they will take that into consideration also. Thank you for affording me the time.
Thank you very much. Thanks for calling. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello, Yagazi.
Good evening. Let's hear you.
Yagazi, thank you so much. You have to visit Rahu community.
Go ahead.
Yagazi, thank you so much. I appreciate you for your hard working. Yagazi, my concern, I just want to tell President Bouaka, thank you for your hard work. I appreciate so much. Because I will not appreciate you, but I appreciate President Bouaka. But, hey, President Bouaka, I talk more about your son who voted for you. Family help movement. You forget about all. Every day, people call it, they will laugh. The papi is there. I say the papi not lie to all. But Bouaka, please hold your phone. With the family help movement, we can't there. We will not protect, we read letter, we can't there. We read that letter, not everybody will get job. But all will get all our relatives, will get people, will get family. And you can get let's to do our business. It's easy.
Thank you. Thank you for calling. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Good evening.
Good evening. Let's hear you.
Thank you. So Kofa is my name in Baje. My issue have to do. Am I live?
You live? Let's hear you. Go ahead.
My issue have to do with tomorrow reading from the court. I listened to the CDC, the radio station today, talking about the woman more reinstate Fonati, like to say that Senayo voted for Fonati. They see Rudy that they bring first. Trust me that I see they coming over to yesterday tomorrow. Because the court can do what they did before. They would never force the people to go say that. So I don't know what the people suffer. I said, we all again was because now they're doing the business. I think what they made that one to and for the TD for the now the last part you can remove the speaker and the deputy speaker by resolution. And resolution and not mean for you to be in person. So your signature say everything, and the people approve that one to article for that it is the core simple majority. And who doing like black business now? Who get simple majority? So the decision first what you do for is not speak on the region and going to speak on whether equal now what because that area say let me tell you bro, and now appointing area there for you.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person here on the line. Good evening, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, how you doing, sir?
I'm good. Let's hear you, sir.
Yeah, I'm so going back by Peter How
Zokunge, okay. Zokunge, I like your name.
I like my name.
Yeah,
You
sure.
can see, eh?
Zokunge.
You can see.
Yeah. Let's hear you,
Okay.
Zokunge.
My concern is the road day on the Rafi Highway. If people in the car, all the laptop, all the put in oppositely, when you oppositely, people always divided the road, but people always oppositely for me. I can get rather. They're very embarrassed.
Okay. Thank you for
Yeah,
calling.
that's my concern.
Zokunge, thank you very much. Zokunge
Yeah,
means patience. Yeah, you must be patient, right?
Yes, so we'll get back by Peter.
Okay, thank you for calling. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello?
Hello, let's hear you.
Okay, I join you for Tory.
From Todi. Your name?
Yeah, my concern have to do with the vice president.
The vice president. What about the vice president?
Thank you. Let the vice president stay away from the election that in Nima County.
But the vice president is an Ibadan.
Yeah, he's a Ibadan. I will say that government, the people that in power now, let it stay away. If anything happens to happen, they will be the one to investigate. But it can't be part of anything going into investigation. Let him be away. I think Musa Belete complain on him. Let him be away. He's a president.
The vice president, yes, is the vice president, but he's also a politician, and that's a political process that will be going on there on
My
April
brother,
22.
what we are saying, politician, you are vice president, you big person.
Okay.
When the people are struggling, power struggling, stay aside and watch skinny. When anything happens to come up, you will want to say the truth, but you can't be part of it. You will not say truth. Thank you.
Thanks for calling. Let's talk to another person here on the line. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello.
Yeah, good evening, Jagasin.
Good evening. Let's hear you, sir.
My name is Golo Posa and I call for the programmation community.
Okay.
Jagasin, I want you people to take your own time and discuss yourself and go in a river and see what are the difference between the PCC and the National Police, brother. Go there and see. Even there are some of the PCC guys that are wearing the police uniform, the other.
Hello, are you there? Okay, we lost that person. You can call us back, please. I don't know why. What's the problem? Why you went off? But let's talk to this other person on this line. Hello? Hello, are you there? Hello, let's hear you. Your name and where you join us from? Okay, go ahead.
What is on my mind is even that I want to focus on activity because of recent activity, DJ role, and they are seeing massive work on that role. Because for the past 6 years, that role was very much disturbable. That Nigeria was not able to run freely on that role. But under President Kweka, we are seeing a constructive role ongoing there, so I must commend him for that.
Thank you.
I must commend for calling for a resolution among the police, and we are encouraging those fellow lawmakers to join them so that they can bring end to the law so that we can work together for the full mass of our country. And lastly,
Thank you. Thank you very much for calling. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Good evening, Brother Legacy. How do you do?
I'm good. Let's hear you.
This is Brother G. Asking what from Prince Avi Tobaro.
Okay.
Yeah, look, I still try to understand what Honorable Mr. Beze meant by saying that if our current vice president support Honorable Sama Kuka, will go after him. Let him know that the former vice president, present vice president, is a property to the state. So he can't threaten the present vice president and he will go after him, of course. Secondly, the current vice president is a Nibayan. So I don't see why he said that the current vice president should not support Coca when Coca is coming from his party. Now, I don't know doing the but Color just said that official. If that Color wants the current vice president not to participate, then let him also tell Musa Base not to participate in the coming central election. So please, I want Honorable Musa Base to come on back on air and let it clarify what he meant by he will get at the vice president. It's our property.
Thank you.
As the buyer are concerned.
Thanks for calling. Thanks for making your point.
Thank you very much.
All right. 0-555-10-10-75 0-770-417724 are the numbers to put it through. We also have our WhatsApp number rolling down the screen. Those of you in the diaspora wishing to make your contribution, you can call us on via our WhatsApp number to make a contribution. Let's take this person. This person has been hoovering on the line for a very long time now. Good evening. Your name and where you join us from? Good evening.
This is speaking to you from District Missouri County.
Okay, let's hear you, sir.
Yeah, I had two things in mind to discuss tonight. The motorcyclist and the even that the water made with the mob violence.
Okay.
You know, yeah, the mob violence in this country, sometimes it can come in this way because of the judiciary system. There are some people, when they are going against somebody, you go to court. The court will do this. If you don't have money, then you go create the case. And that's the reason why people still lost in their country. So they see that they have no justice. And again, the motorcycle in my brother, they don't go through a better thing. We will live in peace here from Omega to come to realize. If you don't take time, you will kill yourself instantly. Because they drive any kind of way they feel it. They don't respect the predestined.
Okay.
So at the result, they don't go through a better for them until they come to themselves. You don't drive that there is no law.
Thank you. Thank you very much for calling. Let's talk to another person here. Good evening. Your name and where you join us from?
Good evening, Jefferson. This is the voice of CDC, Papi Success Keita. I do join you from the Avenue of Honorable Josiah Marinko this evening.
I mean, you're the only CDC still recognizing yourself as CDC.
Oh yeah, I am.
All right, yeah, go ahead, CDC Papi Success Keita.
I want for the message to go to CEO maybe before you take over so they can pass the message over. It's good for all the spoon and with the listener.
Okay.
Most often I go all the time, more especially Banga Bonkante. People don't have any radio station that are relaying the activity of spoon to the people. We only have 3 people listening to spoon 2 social media. No radio station like the people who are so yummy to listen to spoon activity, but no way.
Okay.
So I'm asking the CEO so that you can make an effort. Banga Bonkante is a big city. The country alas is very big, so that you can make effort and have a radio station over there that will be carrying the activity on spoon. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Papi Success Keita, CDC.
Thank you, my dear fellow.
All right, the CEO is on. CEO, good evening and welcome.
Hey, good evening, Yakizi. Do your thing. I'm preparing for the show. Go ahead. Take more calls and let's talk to our people, one people. It's going to be a hot show today. Thank you very much, Yakizi.
Okay. Call us on 055510107 077-041-7724. Let's take more calls. Let's talk to this person on the line. Good evening. Your name and where you join us from?
Good evening.
Okay, Iris Bannersville. Let's hear you from Bannersville. Thank you. Thank you very much for calling. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, guys, good evening.
Good evening. Let's hear you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I join from District Number 1, Grand Bassa County. I'm Civil Law Basketball Peter McCauley.
Peter, go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, guys, different big government. Absolutely, they don't have plan. Because if anyone who have plan in life, you will see, you will implement a plan. Yesterday, 5 with you were together by the rule of law. In fact, extra judiciary killing was going on. In fact, property was killing people. But today, in the rescue tree, the entire constitution are going in the toilet on the watch of the quote-unquote 42-year experienced president. Today, we're hearing a vice president. I don't know, so we want to be a role model to other people. But I don't know how some people can really understand it. Let's do a research around the world. Which past president, former president, or current vice president will say that he more than the past president, that he power because he's vice president currently, that he power. I listened to Jeremiah Spanku, the vice president of the Republic of Liberia. I really want to come here and finish it when he gets building. Because our vice president said that the former presidency of Congo must stop. In fact, all in the presidency, I don't want on the vice president we were set with people talking at it. So people, the power can just make them to speak the way they speak, man. So I'm trying to say that the United Party government under the watch of Joseph Mabwaka, they are taking our constitution down.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person here. Good evening, your name and where you join us from? Good evening. Good evening, are you there?
I'm doing good, sir.
Okay, yeah. Let's hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Subal Lavilla Desmond, and I'm calling from Corwell.
All right.
You know, Liberia is an interesting country, my dear brother. Somebody just called and said Liberia going down. The country feeling. Liberia is not going down.
The president of view, what's yours?
This country will move forward under this president and as two statement, Ambassador Joseph Mabwaka, the old man gotta go hard for this country. This country will move forward.
Okay.
People who are pessimistic want to see Liberia down the drain. They will have to wait until maybe mistakenly they can bring President back who they believe that how the country are hard, and on the contrary, he doesn't even care about this country, he only cares about himself. So these are the people who will call and tell you Liberia is going down. Liberia is not going down. Now you can see how feeder roads are being built. How Minister Lavia Guinness is working.
Thank you.
You can see how Minister Nuta is working on agriculture plan to move.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person here. Good evening from Liberia. Let's hear you.
Yeah. Good evening, bonsoir, bonsoir. This is Alfonso Dolo. I joined for Senegal Data this evening.
Alfonso, let's hear you from Senegal.
Yeah, I just want to, talk on a little bit on the by-election or in Lima County. I just want to talk to my people so they can make the right decision in Lima there.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alfonso. Thanks for calling. All right. Let's take more calls here. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
My name is Richard Barris. I call you from the Rock resident this evening, my dear brother. How are you?
I'm good, Richard. Let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you. What is on my mind is particularly concerning former Speaker Kofa. I think it's about time now Kofa see reason for the sake of this country and try to give peace a chance. I don't think the position of speakership is a constitutional matter. It's a political matter. The position he holds as a lawmaker, that is purely constitutional because he was elected by people and certificated by law. So if anybody wants to be from that place, you got to go through the court process.
Okay.
But the speaker position is just a political popular vote in a capital building. Okay? So if your colleagues are saying that they don't want you, I don't see no reason why Kofa should continue to hold the country hostage only because he is not a speaker. I don't think it's the right thing. Now, let me end my thought on Yeke Koluba. I think Yeke Koluba's horribility in this country has been. I honestly think Yeke Koluba, he cannot politically survive in the country in terms of peace. He always wants to create a scenario where there are chaos so he can gain relevance at the end of the day if he gets voted to where he is. This time around, we have understood his political games. It's not going to work. He's one of those that continue to play the gamble of the Liberian people. Under no condition are Yeke Koluba passing any bill or do anything for district 10.
Thank you.
Every year, every time the Yeke Koluba is creating problems.
Thank you very much.
You got to stop that now.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Welcome.
Yekezi.
Yeah.
Stanton, how you both doing?
We good.
Yeah,
Welcome.
that's good. Long time see, Yekezi. All right.
I'm good. By God's grace.
How Liberia today?
Yeah, Liberia's good.
Okay, that's good. Stanton, how you doing?
Dr. Richardson, how are you?
All right. Can't complain. No complaint.
Yeah. No, please don't complain to me because I don't want to hear your complaint. Please. Yeah, no, seriously. I'm not in the mood to hear any complaint today. Please. Yeah.
Tomorrow complain? How about tomorrow?
No, not tomorrow. Everybody get their own wahala. Yegezi, don't even complain to me, please. I beg you. Complain to Madam today, Yegezi.
That is so true. That is very, very true.
Everybody.
You got how what I do.
No, Madam today, wahala da yo. I think wahala da yo, you know. Well, I would say this though. And welcome to everybody joining the show. Bill Cosby, you got to share the show 5 more times. I know you share already. Maurice Day, you got to share the show. Omen Zoko. Hey, it's good to see you, my friend. Joko Fambula, Philip Bara. This is a serious thing happening in our country. Yesterday was Memorial Day. Today we are talking about Eula endorsing Jeremiah Kun for president. Eula have endorsed Jeremiah Kun for 2029. Are you kidding me? But what did Jeremiah Kun say when he heard them endorsing him while the president is still sitting there with discussing, right? And we also want to announce that while the House of Representatives Joseph Yima Bwaka is negotiating peace and reconciliation, the House of Representatives suspending people. They're suspending more lawmakers, FTI Kofa and all of them. That number 2, number 3. I said this yesterday that the Richardson, he said, can you say it again? I said no. World Bank money. World Bank money for small farmers were given to our Liberian government since 2018 to 2024. Dr. Richardson, we're looking at the names of people that received that money. I'm currently receiving 250,000.
What about me? I got farm in the country.
I'm receiving 75,000. 2023, the guys received the money and ran a campaign. They used World Bank money to run campaign. We will be discussing it.
I'm telling you what about me. I got
It's
the
not true. Don't talk about yourself in this one. You know, how can the people destroy him, man? It's going to be a big news today. We want you to please share the show. And then again, what's happening with Fadiga? I see people running on social media that Fadiga not going to France anymore. The government have recalled Fadiga. I'm waiting for, how you call it? Karis Mose Gray and the rest of them to come to their own yet. But is Fadiga not going? Why are they recording Fadiga? Why are they putting Fadiga aside? Listen, folks. I thought Fadiga lost the job. What's going on? But what about the incident that took place between Fadiga and the AFL sergeant?
What happened?
The AFL man said people testifying that he was drunk. Oh. And now the government hands are tied and they can't do anything. We have recording when the man was giving his testimony. The man, we have the recording. We'll play the recording tonight when he was giving his testimony.
So when you're drunk, nothing can count on it.
No, that Richard saying the government. I don't know whether they say what they're waiting for Reverend Coleman, who is on medical leave, to go back and make decision. I don't know, but just wait for the story.
Okay, I wait.
But the Ghanaian speaker or Ghanaian member went to Liberia under false pretense, invited by Richard Kuhn, just to find out that the man said, "Oh, I didn't know you guys had this serious issue happening in Liberia." The man met George Manawia. He's meeting, I believe, the rule of law people. He's engaging, and he began to realize that, hey, they got him coming on a false pretense. Oh. Yeah. The man met George Manawia. What? A lot of crazy stuff is happening. President Bwaga today had his second cabinet retreat and saying that if you don't find job for the youth going to come knocking on your door. I mean, we got to play. President Bwaga saying to them, if you do not find job for the youth going to come knocking on your door. But is it too late? Is it too late that the youth going to come knocking on the people's door? They're already knocking on the people's door. Look at the motorcyclists. Look at all the pimp and rider and everybody. Is it too late now? I mean, can the president create job? Assam Mita begging to add another 2,000 job. But guess what happened? Fiamomo is taking place with the negotiation.
What taking place?
Fiamomo and CTNs is sitting right there again saying they're celebrating. We say it was a good day, but a lot of people coming against this deal and say it's bad. I think President Bwaga hands are tied. The president is between a rock and a hard place, right there. You know, when they say you are between a rock and a hard place, you can't go in for it, you can't come back. But the big news today, over $200 million given by World Bank. Lawmakers and minister took that money and said they got small farm. Yeah, I call America name. They say her name on the paper. I mean, you only got the information, you're going to ask you humbly. Besson got Fanny. They say Besson got Fanny name on the paper. I will share the document with you today. I will put it on the spoon page. I got all the documents. I got all the documents. It's something crazy happening. How can America take $250,000? If this information, when they say allegation, I mean your allegation. So if the allegations are true, but let's say America confess and say, yes, 2023, they gave him the money. So I would say the allegation, right? But how can why should America take $250,000 if these allegations are true as a small farmer in election year, and he ran against poor candidate, and the allegation that he used the money.
I knew you were going to get into this story somehow. Since you have
they ain't take me out here. I'm not on that story, man. Let me live my peaceful life.
No, remember, you are in America, you live your peaceful life. But 250,000 is not small money.
My life not tied to election.
No, we get this example, my man. You have gone down in history. When we talk about election in Bapolo 2023, we'll call your name.
Yeah.
Please don't be offended. We will. I didn't ask you to run.
You know,
but I'm not calling the allegation that Dr. Richardson, he took $250,000 and beat poor Kennedy. But who gave him the $250,000? That Joe we are giving the $250,000. It was under Joe we are government 2023. Yeah. You know, if the show gonna be so.
I've been admiring American's farm, though. I tell you, you've been posting
No,
pictures.
I'm not talking about whether the farm pretty or it's not pretty. We are talking about
if the farm is pretty or not.
the money that the Richardson, the money. You do small farm in Kasawa that the Richardson. So that money is also go to you.
But that's not their first time getting some of that money. 2015, the African Development Bank gave similar money for smallholder farm upgrade.
We got out of
American then took that money, Edwin Snow, American, the rest of them took that money and made farm. Some of them took up to $2 million of that money. Yeah, so that's what Liberia is. Liberia is just
You gonna tell your grandson, is he okay? He want to eat?
It's not my grandson, he's my son.
No, I said that Richardson. I thought that Richardson grandson.
No, that my own son.
Well, your son or that Richardson, I take it back. I mean, I thought you get too well.
Maybe these people qualify because there are prerequisites, there are criteria outstanding to get the money, right? You got to submit it. But look at what they do. They circulate the money among themselves. The thing is a cartel.
You know what can piss me off if you say maybe. Let me send you the document you and Dr. Richardson. Then maybe you will not say maybe. Once you say maybe, it's a caveat you are giving to give them free pass. And Dr. Richardson says, "Oh, I love American farm. Oh, I love to do snow farm." The people money if it is true.
But the Liberian people are celebrating these people.
Well, it is not about what it looks like. You know, when I think about an oil palm production, I have a very small garden of oil palm on my property, on my farm that my parents, that my dad actually planted that. So I always tell my brother, I actually send him a picture of what Americana posted with all the oil, the gallon of oil that he made. And I always tell my brother, I said, boy, if we can get this amount of production on our farm.
So Dr. Levin
production. I guarantee you, go get 250,000.
Yeah,
I said you took a loan from America. The government of Liberia will never give you that kind of money. Yeah. They will never, because you are not in government and you are not a part of the theft system.
I believe you.
But when these Liberians are celebrating these people and clapping, it just looks like you just want to be in perpetual pain and suffering from the hands of few people who are circulating themselves from one branch of government to another. And somebody say, "Paul Kennedy, you angry?" Angry? Alola, I'm angry. I'm sitting down in Washington, D.C. No. Why angry? I can find food to eat. I can send my children to school. You are the one who don't have the means. That's you really don't. They are suppressing you completely, and you are clapping for the same people who are inflicting pain on you. What kind of people, what logic, what mindset kind of people think like that? For you to talk the issue, then you're putting your mouth on Paul Kennedy. Oh, Paul Kennedy, you angry. Hello, I'm angry to you. Man, hello, I'm angry to you. I can find my daily bread to eat. Y'all be there.
The guy said in his post that Liberia imported 33.5 million in palm oil in 2023. That's how much. And I started to, I've been reading his oil palm story because I'm very much interested in that. And I'm like, wow, how can Liberia import $33.5 million oil palm? So you mean that we have the market for it, So I just got excited about that. But yeah, that's what they're doing. They have oil palm. You see the picture.
The money comes for the small farm holders, people who cannot normally afford. Once they have the farmland and they are making some effort, government's supposed to have an equitable distribution of this fund to them. But most of the time, Dr. Francis, these people cannot get the money. You look how many farmers are out there struggling. You will never be able to get them to get the money. To even go through the certification process at the Ministry of Agriculture, they will drill you around, you'll run around. At the end of the day, you will be disqualified and you will not get some of that money. They will divide the money among themselves. What kind of wickedness is that? Yeah. So sometimes I can't talk much. You're talking on behalf of the very people. They say, "Oh, Paul Kennedy, you angry man." Who have not lost election before? Ellen Johnson won how many times before she became president? Look around the world, people lose election. But when people contest to get political position, it's because of some of these things. But you rather the same, recycle politician continuing to govern you. Then you talk about, oh, corruption can't finish. Corruption will never finish when you have the same architects of corruption, perpetrating themselves in one political position to another in one branch of government and governing you. Y'all keep clapping for them. Yo, finally, Christmas coming soon.
All right, thank you, Paul Kennedy. I'm sorry that because the people didn't vote for you, kind of angry with them. I am sorry. I disagree with you that these people you wish them bad Christmas. I totally disagree. I believe the Liberian people Christmas will be sweet. You end up Vendetta Patrick, by the way, because they didn't vote for you guys.
Oh, Vendetta ran in Margibi, right?
Yeah, he did.
I heard.
He never came close. I think he came in the 12th place.
Vendetta had big hands in the election. McGill was there spreading money all around, and the election process is vague. I mean, the people will continue to cheat. It's sad that the people will never actually elect who they want.
Papa Kennedy, I agree with you, but remember, monkey play by sizes that the richest say. Monkey cannot see the pie and the man on that tree jumping around playing the go there. They will beat them and throw them for that tree. Monkey playing sizes.
They play age group.
For that, so no equal. You see woman, you go take up trasses, swap it with them. You on your own. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we want to welcome each and every one of you to the Spoon Talk. We got a very interesting topic today. I have 9 members of 10, if you include Yeke Koruba, that received letter of suspension. We got the letters. We'll be sharing the letters with you. Lawmakers, they have still suspended them. We'll be sharing the letters. We have the World Bank conversation that we'll be talking about. Those lawmakers that currently receive money from the World Bank to help with their election. And I think people are angry. You use the country money for small farmers, for yourself and your election. These are allegations, and I hope that they come and explain. We got suspension letters. And to my amazement, I got something of a kickback. What's the man, Speaker Kofa? Is his wife still in the government? Is she still working? A lot of people are asking the question whether she's still working in the government. We really got to know, and I got some information on that. Let's talk about Dom Fadika Hussein, the one I always hear on Spoon Talk. He accepted the position to go to France, right? Now, what happening with him? Is he going? What's the real story? One person on the show know the real story that Dr. Rich is saying. All right, and that's why I'm so happy that you sent me the information. Seriously, I respect your research. Seriously, is he going? A lot of people questioning. It was all on Facebook today. Is Fadiga going? We really don't know. But I kick back to the story, folks. ULA President Mohamed Keita, he openly endorsed Vice President Jeremiah Kun for 2029.
As an individual or as an organization?
No. We'll get to whether it's an individual.
Exactly, because
man, I'm saying he. Listen, my brother.
Thank you.
My thing is that I'm not going on here yet.
Yeah.
They were having ULA program. He went there representing ULA. At the program, he endorsed Jeremiah Kun to be the next president in 2029. So therefore, when he was representing ULA at that function, he gave the ULA support to Jeremiah Kun. But here's the question. Did Jeremiah Kun distance himself from that endorsement? Was it proper for him to accept the endorsement while President Bouaka stays sitting? Did President Bouaka say he's not running? Or can Jeremiah Kun, the vice president, distance himself now knowing that we still got Omer Pokolopor, Jose Yeman Bouaka? I mean, it's very important for us to speak about. You remember what President Bouaka said? If you are thinking about 2029, please resign. We have that clip.
He did say that.
You guys think, can you come on find that clip? We got a lot to discuss tonight. What will a ULA president now? ULA president from Nima County, Mohamed Keita. He's from Nima. Just a caveat. Why will he endorse Jeremiah Kun? What's going on? Right now, as we're speaking to you, you have started a meeting saying 3 p.m. Eastern time. They stay in that meeting.
Which is good, because that way they will clear their position, and if they are
No,
not
man,
part of the
you
gentleman's
guys
statement,
Russell is talking. Which one good now? Which one good?
it's good that they are even meeting Stanton, right? Because that meeting now will pull something out and they will make their position clear. When they come out, we're going to ask them, are they in line with the endorsement presented by their chairman or their president? If they say yeah, then we'll know why you last stand.
But a lot of takeaway here. Are you going towards July, or you asking VP whether he have accepted that endorsement while he was state president? I mean, this is a big news. This is a big news. Yula, and what kind of great, you know, Yula, that Richardson worked for Yula before. Yula have given the full support to Jeremiah Kwankun, the VP. I would say my own, but let's read the headline. Guys, share the show. Let me recognize some of you guys. I see everybody on fire now. The Liberia Larry King, Paul Kennedy, can't wait. My dear sister, Dr. Francine Special, Chinwe, Richard 16, she just can't wait. Shoot on sight, shoot to kill on a former retired corner, El Remy Gray. He just can't wait. Sam Jackson is coming on. Akaris Mose Gray will be joining us. The good, the bad, and the ugly. We will be here to discuss the issue concerning Liberia. Today, our dear sister, what's her name? Lenny is off. We wish her son well. Yes, we wish her son well. She's off today. So I want to say to all of you, share our show. Afra passed away. It's good to see you, Afra. Mama called me. Momo Nelson, Joe Godu, Lai Kane, Beatrice Galassi, Philip Bala, Charles Russell, as always. Charles Russell, it's good to see you. Lorena Gator, Opie Chio Johnson. We're going to work Dave Cody. If I call your name, go on Facebook, go on YouTube, and share this show. Cecilia Tope, Seku Donso, Warning, it's good to see you. Batwa Terry Swain, that crewman right there. Man Dorothy's son Darius. We're going to Alfonso Moses, Darling Dano from New Jersey. Say it's good to see you. Joseph Jamama, Tanun Jala, as always. We got Amadou Bien Kabara, Tipo P.K. Dempster. Oh man, this thing going fast. So James David, Nathaniel K. Hill, Tash Ba, Eric Kwame, Kowu Gloro Voko Moba, James Eto Yasa Wido, Samuel Sunda. We're going to welcome Opie Oni Johnson, Fawin. It's good to see you, Fawin. Chipeke. Sorry if I mess your name up, or else that Richardson can pronounce it. Leroy Massaquoi, Darlington Wee, James Labla Woy, Francis, it's good to see you. Charlene, LRB, as always. McNabb, it's good to see you. Anthony Moses, Alfonso Dodo, Lawson Kamara, Vani, Vani Sony Leo Massaquoi, Alexander Ashley, Wanda Salif, Sean King, Joe Kodubo, Osimo King, Hawaii Gay, Maud Nelson, bless you, Jacobs Banda, Michael Gowen Johnson, Fede Palais, Conan Samuka. Everybody, man, we're going to welcome each and every one of you to Talent Blood Africa, Manito Prince, Augustine Talley, Man Jennings Son, Yata Fambule, Christian Moe, Lincoln Morris, Talent Blood Africa. I call your name. I know that just your blogging name. Bill Castle, Tutu Harris. That Richardson, put in with your mic again. Beatrice Chukot, Conan Samuka. Again, forgive me if I'm mispronouncing your name. Senior Zoka, Lowena Doke, Dennis Wisa Collins, Matthew Talu. Forgive me, this thing moving like crazy. We welcome Hassan Sharif. Let's welcome Ashi Wee. And all of you, Afra passed away. Where's Cooper passed away? One of you, let's share the show. Let's get involved. Sheikh Abdullah Sharif, Philip Zor, Beatrice Musa, Robert Paswa, JB Emmanuel Quartet Senior, Afonso Niceman Avis, Mervyn Duo, Lucien Tuo, Clement, Dave Colley, Mr. Decent, Flomo. We said thank you for joining us. We will start the show in the next 4 minutes. Dr. Richardson, anything you want to say? Paul Kennedy and Ed Remy Gray. Let's just hear what you want to say. We got 4 minutes. Everybody will take a minute piece, and then we'll get into our program.
Just want to say it's a great weather at my end, and it's getting warmer. I'm happy. I like the warm weather, and I hope that many of you who are listening to us by way of radio and by way of Facebook, that you are having a wonderful day. And thank you for joining us. That's what I have to say. I look forward to taking part in the spirited conversation today. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Paul Larry King Kennedy.
Stanton, it's good to have another day. We are blessed, and we say we are grateful for that. Thank you for all of the viewers. Your comments, your concerns, agreement and disagreement help to make us stronger. As always, my colleagues on the panel, I want to say thank you for the opportunity to share this network with you. Let's look to see, bringing some of those issues forward today to see how we can talk about them and, figure out, put our own analysis in there to get the results Liberia want. Thank you so much for being here.
Much, my dear brother Paul. We're going to bring in the corner, Ed Remy Gray.
Stanton, hi, Dr. Richardson. I'm glad to be back on, and look forward to a spirited discussion today. And I got contacted by a few, viewers of ours. The audience and us, we play the equal role. And they were talking about the decorum on the show, how the interference getting to a certain level, and all the calls I got were directed towards that end. That gone are the days when we used to wait for our turn to speak, but it's becoming a habit now. Nobody giving anyone chance. So when the audience call you, that means it's serious. So, but that's just something to look out for improvement. Thank you.
Remy Gray, I think it would be just if you call exactly what if you say exactly what the callers told you, because I know Paul Kennedy waits for his turn. I know I do a lot of times.
We're going to do it on the show yet, Dr. Richardson. We're going to do it in the chat room.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I read it. Don't wait for my turn, so I appreciate the caller.
The caller is saying if we can open the line 30 minutes so they can give their input about the show.
Yeah,
they will appreciate. Some of them are happy to do that.
Yeah, we appreciate that. Colonel Ed Remy Gray, we do. A lot is happening, my people. A lot to discuss tonight. I just put the first document in the chat room. The resignation from FTI Kofa wife. If you have the time, read it. I'm kind of like, I didn't know that FTI wife had resigned. I don't know the reason why, but I think it's fair to announce that Speaker Kofa wife, Dema is her name. She had resigned from this government. And just when I mentioned her name, I received the letter. This is Yekazi. Can you come on and give us Madam Dema Kofa picture, please? So it's just to announce those of you that are just joining us. This resignation went up, I think, last month, maybe or so. We're going to put it up for you to see. She resigned from the government. These are information that we need to share. Yekizi, can you please give us Madam Dema Kofa? Can you please give us her picture, please?
Yes.
We need Madam Dema Kofa picture. But we can say this is the letter from Madam Dema Kofa. We'll be reading it to all of you just joining us. The letter of resignation, His Excellency Joseph Yimabwaka Sr., President of the Republic of Liberia. This wasn't like our main topic, but it's very important. The letter went in February 17, nearly a month, but it was just released by the executive mansion, I believe. This resignation was just released by the executive mansion that Speaker Kofa Webb actually worked at John F. Kennedy, and last month she resigned. Deman R. Yekese Kofa as Deputy CEO Administration, JFK Medical Center. So we'll go into the letter. Let's try to get her picture. The letter speaks a lot, but the reference, letter of resignation. So I want to give each and everyone a chance to read this letter. And then those of you that just joining us, just all right. So let's start with this. Yekazi, are you ready? You got the photo? Then we'll get into it, folks. Again, as you can see, while having this is what we do when we get on Spoon Talk. We just get information while we're live on air. This is a letter from the wife of Speaker FTI Kofa, Dema Yekese Kofa, her letter of resignation. As you can see, I'm going to read part of this letter briefly, and I can show you right now. This is Madam Dema, the wife of Speaker Kofa, JFK Medical Center Deputy CEO Administration. On the 17th of last month, she put in her resignation. So those of you that were thinking, where is she? Is she staying in government? Is she out of government? There you have it. Dr. Richardson, you reading through the letter, I know it just came through the line, but I mean, what are your thoughts, Dr. Richardson?
I'm sorry to read about her resignation, but she did say that her mother is not well and she has to attend to her mother's medical needs. But she mentioned several improvements that she made when she was at the hospital, and those include, there's a lot of them, so I can't mention all of the things that she said here, but she said there's an imaging center now at JFK. They renovated the E.S. Grant Mental Health Hospital, which is something that I'm interested in looking at. I do have a picture of what the E.S. Grant looks like in Painesville, so I have a before picture. So it'd be good the next time in my past visit. I didn't go visit there, but I would love to go see some of the renovation that was made. She said there's now a psychiatric residency program, which is good. I like that part. She said there's a neonatal program. They kind of renovated the floor. There's also a modern pathology lab in a cancer center. So it sounds like, that's what you do when you resign. You let the people know, this is what I started with, this is what I left. But she did say she can no longer serve because she needs to attend to her mother's need. So yeah, that's what I say about it.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Paul Kennedy, a resignation under this condition. The speaker wife. And again, I like one that Richardson make mention of the family situation that actually contributed to her resignation.
Right. And resignation is a personal decision, right? When people resign, you do it because you want to personally do it, whether for a horizontal growth in professional skills. Maybe you want to leave the organization you wait to move on with your life into another career path, relocation, family. There are too many reasons why people can resign, and most of them are best known to the individual who resigned. So I wish Madam Kofa the best in her future endeavors. We didn't see any. She was not coerced. I don't think she was coerced to resign, or she would have said it in her letter. Neither do I think that there are any allegations of mad practice that made her to resign. Or else we'll have had that news to go about. So, until such findings come about, we want to commend her for her services to the country, and any Liberian, who have served should be commended for the work they do for our people. It's really difficult serving in the situation in Liberia when with limited resources, and we want to commend her for her time and service to the country.
Thank you very much, Paul. Colonel Gray, let's hear you on Derman Yekison Kofa resignation from the government.
Firstly, I want to thank her for her service. It seems as though she accomplished quite a bit. When we say JFK1, we not even have an idea that some of these specialty centers exist within the unit itself. But my attention is drawn to something she referred to as HMIS, Health Management Information System. And the accreditation for those kinds of unit, I think, is sub-regional. She's talking about West Africa. There's a regional body that recognizes those kinds of establishments. So if you ask me, I would say, I hope a successor will continue on that pathway. But it's very difficult for us to see people leaving job and outlining some of these kinds of accomplishments, as Dr. Richardson highlighted. Some of us who are more prone into what have you done when you were there, and these are the kinds of exhaustive accomplishments we'd like to see. Then we'll have a better outlook of you in the future. When we hear your name somewhere, we know that you're a person that can accomplish once you get to the position, as opposed to someone who just want to retain the position because of some other personal aggrandizement. So I want to commend her. She sounds like someone who knows exactly what she's doing, and hopefully her mother, who she's looking after, will get the care she needs. That's important also. Family first, and I wish her luck. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Uncle Sam, welcome to the show. It's good to see you, sir. We flagged in this resignation of this quarter. Let's talk, Uncle Sam.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. Hello, Dr. Richardson, my boss, Colonel Gray. I was coming on earlier, but my LEC went off, so I had to put a generator on. But like I said, that's life in Liberia. Look, I know Dama very well. She is a woman of impeccable character and credentials, and she's an extremely hardworking woman. I mean, she wakes up very early to go to the center, and she's made a lot of improvements there. And I don't believe that she would take a political decision based upon the fracas between the husband and the majority bloc. I think she genuinely has an issue to be with the family. She's very family oriented. I hope and pray that her mother does well. And this is not the finality to her support for the government in terms of coming back to work. I believe that at some time she will come back in another capacity when the time permits and the opportunities present itself. But I just want to tell her thank you for her services, and thank her for being an exceptional family woman and a great humanitarian. Thank you very much, Dama.
So again, Obisep, thank you very much. As you all know, this is the wife of Speaker FTI Kofa, Diamond Yekese Kofa. She resigned since last month. The document is out. Read the letter. The letter is well detailed. You know, actually resigning because of her mother, which of course, and some other reason that's so unique. But through it all, in the midst of the situation at the House of Representatives, you know, whether it was okay to be there while FTI was removed, or FTI is illegally been removed, forced to resign. He said, I'm not resigning. The back and forth between Speaker Kofa and the president and all this other and that. Just understand, she's related to President Bwaka. We should add that as well. She's related to President Bwaka. And it's like, Uncle Joe, thank you very much, but I'm out. You know, thank you very much, I'm out. So again, we wish her well. We do believe that she's here in America as we speak, taking care of her mother, and the family. We wish them well, and we pray for her mother as well. Is there anything you want to add, Dr. Richardson and anyone else before we leave this story? It just came through the line, and we had to flag this. Anybody want to add anything else? All right, so I think it's also important for us to bring to your attention, ladies and gentlemen, while there are negotiation, massive negotiation from the president to that of Speaker Kofa and the rule of law, the majority Black honor the leadership of Richard Kuhn. They stay carrying on major suspension. They are carrying on major suspension. The majority Black honor the leadership of Richard Kuhn. We got a video. I don't know whether the video is ready from Yekese. We have a video that we want to share with you. The call for massive suspension of other lawmakers. Folks, this is very, very important, and we hope that you can read the letter. I'm trying to zoom in on the letter. I see Jerry Yogo, how you call him, Kamara, almost 8 FTI Kofa. They suspended them Tuesday, but there was a little problem with that suspension Tuesday. The problem was, for the family said there was a reconsideration on the motion. So we are asking, were they reconsideration? And for the family said yes. So they will not be suspended. But today, we received information that they were suspended. We have the letters, and I'm going to share the letters with you for you to see exactly that these folks are suspended. And those suspended are, I just put it in the chat room. Guys, it's just in the chat room. Please take a look at some of the letters. Then we're going to talk. Those suspended, I really want to read their name quickly. These are new suspension as part from Yeka Koruba. We got FTI Kofa, Musa Berete, Dixon Sivo, Jacob Debbie, Reverend Samuel Elders, Muka Kamara, Luther Collins, Thomas Goshua, Jerry Yobo. More names. I think the 28 members on the rule of law side, the minority group will be suspended. They will be suspended. So I'm asking you, before we put this letter up, what are some of your thoughts here? Negotiating, suspending. Dr. Richardson, talk to me, please.
Slightly disappointed that I'm not hearing about dialoguing. I'm hearing about, suspension. And I think that by suspending the lawmakers, you're adding, fire to the situation. You're making it worse. I believe that it's a situation that if they carefully dialogue, they can come to at least some amicable resolutions about how to proceed in the interest of Liberians. But where we are now, I don't know if they legally can suspend and can hold those lawmakers' paycheck or say that we're not going to pay you any longer for this for your services. I don't know if they have the legal authority to do that, especially when they themselves didn't come to power as a legal entity. We still are questioning their legitimacy, So they're taking Liberians for a joke. That's all I can say. It's very concerning that this is going on in our country. I'm very, very disappointed, and I look forward to it getting resolved so that they can move on with the Liberian people's work. Really.
Papa Kennedy, what do you make of these suspensions, sir?
Stanton, I'm beginning to think that the majority black actually want to continue to perpetuate this fracas in the lower house. One minute we hear, the president is calling people from the minority black to, find a common ground. But then actors of the majority black are there, illegally, because the Supreme Court said they are acting out of the law. So they are illegally suspending people who they should be trying to call to dialogue to completely resolve this conflict in our country. So what I'm hearing and what I'm beginning to real finalize from this is that these guys don't want this thing to end, because the longer you have this kind of confusion among them, the more they'll continue to remain in power, and then the budget will go to them. They will add and patter on it, and they will take money. And you heard, some of the representatives who came here the other day, they said, listen, if this thing continue, it will affect the Liberian people in the short, in the long run. I personally asked that question to Honorable Sarfoko and asking, listen, all these things that's going on between the minority and majority black, how does it affect the Liberian people? He said it does have some impact on the Liberian people. And you don't need to be in the representative to know that. I mean, they are disjointed. They are actually not working. So the group that sit there and try to write people out and suspend them and infringe on the people's right, hold their salary and delay it, they are all doing it only as a tactic to continue to exacerbate the confusion that is in the House of Representatives. It is sad for our country, Stanton. So I mean, I don't know what next. And I've asked this question before. What next? What are the next steps to make sure that this thing comes to a complete end so that we can have some normalcy in the House of Rep again? But nobody's giving me that answer. So we'll just probably continue to watch and see, hoping that it does not degenerate into another thing. They burn the building down first. Now, what else could happen is what we are sitting down here and waiting for.
Thank you very much, Paul. Let me bring it Honorable Gray. Honorable Gray, please. Oh, sorry, Honorable Gray, I was just welcoming you. I'm sorry. It's good to see you. Just to report, because I know you would discuss both issues. Let me bring in Conor Gray. Conor Gray, please.
Yeah, Stanton. You see, I like democracy because it gives you all the prescriptions to deal with any issue. Most of us think that democracy is all about elections, electioneering. So once elections are over and that's it, we'll close the thing called democracy. For every construct going forward, democracy prescribes a way forward for it. Look, one of the oldest way to protest is called the occupation movement. Martin Luther King used that a lot. They're not doing anything to you. They just come and sit in your premise so that function, do this, work can go as usual. If you have all of these lawmakers who have constituents who are being marginalized in our democracy, will now rally them to go to parliament and just sit down there. Just sit there. You don't have to do anything. Just sit there, especially where the majority meets, and disrupt them. That's democracy. It's called civil disobedience. I could not have been a lawmaker and don't have a set of constituents that look up to me for redress. I will rally them. Let them come to parliament and sit there so that the other ones that feel that they are working, they will not work. It's that civil disobedience has worked so much around the world in democracy. You don't have to go hold stick, chunk rock, do anything. Yeah, they'll put the water hoses and stuff on you. But if your duty is civil, is non-violent, you just want to sit there. It's called the occupation movement here in the United States. A lot of legislations have gone forward because people just disrupted the whole process, and people came to their attention to say, well, we need to do something about this. But they're allowing the majority to sit amicably, peacefully, and make decision. Why so? Then why are you a lawmaker? Your your group of people that you represent are being marginalized, and then you think it's all about you. No, it's not about you. It's about your constituents. So they should be represented. Go there and occupy the area, and that's it. That's how I would call it. There's
Thank
nothing wrong with
you.
that.
Thank you very much, Conor Gray. Thank you very much. Let me bring in Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam, these letters, let me post the letter up, and you have the letter in the chat room. This from Honorable Kamara. It was sent to Honorable Musa Kamara, saying that, listen, you are suspended. It was sent today, actually. Today it was sent suspending Musa Kamara. The next letter to Honorable Jerry Yogbo. Jerry Yogbo received his letter today, Jerry K. Yogbo, District Number 12, Moserado County, that he suspended or so. My question, you have nine members, they suspended. I think this Musa Kamara District Number 17, I think they made a mistake. Musa Kamara District Number 17, that DJ Blue. So I think they made a mistake with his district. But the letter say he's suspended. So talk to me, Uncle Sam, what's going on?
So Stanton, the mark of effective leadership comes the ability to compromise and to solve problems. And any school you go to in the world at the graduate level, they tell you that the path of least resistance is consultation and compromise. And arbitrariness and force should be the last resort. And even in the military, Conor Gray, But these guys are not using common sense. And this is what I truly believe, my Liberian people. I believe that President Joseph Boakai does not have the ability to stabilize his country, to make us to come together as one people. Imagine George Weah, Ellen Sirleaf, Donald Trump, or any other president in any serious country, where this thing would linger going to 9 months, where the president does not have the political capital to call his allies within the legislature, the overwhelming majority who support him, who are part of that renegade group, to call him and ask him to make some compromises to give FTI Kofa an opportunity for face-saving, opportunity for some degree of dignity. The president can do that very easily. But the fact that President Boakai hasn't done that, it goes back to what I told you all months ago. Joe Boakai and I served on the arrest committee 1979 after the arrest riot, when he was LPMC managing director. We would go to a meeting, he doesn't say anything in the meeting. You ask him for his ideas, he doesn't. And this is the way he was. And exactly what he said he did for 12 years. He was a parked car. This is a man that has not run anything in his life, nothing besides the nice family man that he is, and he's a good effort Baptist deacon. But in terms of a real organization where he's taking charge and made some hard decisions that are tough, that sometimes you have to hurt people, make them to feel bad. Joseph Boakai has not served in those positions before. where he's been able to make the hard decision. The country is right now at risk because of the way of his leadership style. Stanton, look at all the confusion. The Fadika brothers and the AFL, the AFL and the LMP, the market women and the LMP, the pimping boys and the LNP. It's so much going on all over the country that cannot be resolved. And the mountain of corruption, the mountain center is all over the place. The mountain of corruption is just suspension, no prosecution. Every institution is dead. And let me tell you something, my Liberian people, many Liberians now see no way out and they're leaving the country in droves. I saw a post today where Liberians say, well, the old man that we thought was going to come and help us to make things happen for us, we just have to leave. And they're leaving in the tens of thousands. You know, the president needs to stabilize this place to make us to coexist, to make us to live together in this outstanding matter where these people continue to disrespect their colleagues, divest them of their income. It is getting very, very dangerous for the entire country. And President Boca needs to take leadership and solve this matter. Like we told him 6, 7, 8 months ago, he can solve it, but apparently he doesn't want to solve it. He wants the confusion to exist.
Thank you very much, Uncle Sam. Let me bring in Honorable Carlos Gray, Representative Gray, former Representative Gray, talk to us on this issue, where we are. I mean, I thought we were negotiating here. The president called for Funati, gave him up to the 15th. Can you find a way forward? In the midst of the negotiation, there are additional suspension, 9 members, including Funati, saying, oh man, we are suspending you guys. Well, what's going on, Gray?
Let me say good evening to all again, everyone, and thank you for coming on the show, and to our listeners and our viewers out there. Look, Stanton, the guys are mad. You know, I'm not saying it negatively, but they are just mad, to be frank with you. You call for reconciliation. They even invited the Ghanaian authority to Liberia to speak on peace and reconciliation. That's the objective of the invitation, to bring the body together. There are 2 blocks, and you begin to suspend, including the Speaker of the House of Representatives and other members, and you expect that there will be cohesiveness. You expect that you'll be beating the child and tell the child not to cry. You know, I remember my great-grandma used to say, but the child, when you beat a child, it's nature, the child has to cry. You can't stop a child from crying. So in essence is that you're beating on the people and you expect them like they are your subjects. They are to remain submissive and take everything from you. They have no choice, like some kingship, some absolute monarch, that the will of the monarch is equivalent to the will of the people that the monarch govern, and not the will of the people. So I don't consider it to be a blunder. I consider it to be stupidity. I'm sorry, but it's stupidity. Not only is stupidity, but look, there is a bit of information. Even questioning your legitimacy. Ahoy is rescheduled for Monday, 11 o'clock. That's what I'm hearing. There is a mandamus that is being sent to the full bench of the Supreme Court as I speak to you. Who knows? Both could be heard together. Okay, your leadership has been questioned. It shows inability to govern. You know, you illegitimately took over instead of consolidating, reaching out to everyone to bring them together, but you further divide them. You withdrawing people from ECOWAS, you're suspending them, you're stopping them from getting their benefits and their pay. Not only that, you are depriving almost 9 electoral districts of their rights to what was appropriated for in the budget for their developmental agenda. That means those lawmakers cannot do a single legislative project in their district. They are not only suspended, but all of those benefits are being there. So you're suffering hundreds of thousands of Liberians because of your selfish agenda, and they are not calculating. What kind of peace pipe is there? It's even a defiance move to the president, a defiance move to the president of the Republic of Liberia, the current president, who has asked for negotiation, who has been frantically reaching out to members of the minority bloc and talking to the majority bloc. And then you call yourself a regime speaker. You are not even speaking the regime language, except the president is playing deception. But as far as you're concerned, start on everyone, the issue is that the president has reached out to FTI Kofa to find a way out, to make a suggestion for the solution to the problem. Yet, the handpicked regime speaker is challenging the authority of the president of the Republic of Liberia. His standard bearer, forget about the president, but his standard bearer has spoken and said, look, ceasefire, let's negotiate, let's talk to FTI. You think that how you go to the FTI to resign and an arrogant guy sit there, but Dr. Richardson said something very important, and Samuel Jackson, old man Jackson. Look, and in fact, even Conor Gray, they're taking the Liberian people for a joke. There's a need for a massive sit in action, peaceful sit in action at the Capitol building. That's what I've said consistently. If the Supreme Court should only maintain that the majority bloc is ultra-viral, you don't need no other interpretation. Just go sit in the Capitol building.
Thank you.
Because that's the point we should reach. And that's the point the population should reach. Because
thank you very much, Honorable Gray. It's good. It's good. Let's stay within 2 minutes. Thank you very much. To all of you who open this thing, we want to get your view. Again, we are calling members of ULA. The member of ULA come to clarify whether they endorse Jeremiah Poon for president. We got it clear. They did. What's the position? We'll be hearing from them. And what did Jeremiah Poon say, the vice president, knowing very well, we still got 4 more years to go under Jose Yima Bwaka. I mean, did he accept the endorsement? Is Jose Yima Bwaka now running? Is Jeremiah Poon running? Why so early? Why so early? Mohamed Keita, the president of ULA, decided to endorse Jeremiah Poon on behalf of ULA. Now, this is a big one, right? So the guys coming on, and we will ask them questions. 3 p.m. Eastern Time, USA, these guys went to a meeting. They never left the meeting. The meeting lasted for almost 2 hours, 10 minutes. They are still discussing. They're asking him, why did you endorse Jeremiah Poon? Did he accept the endorsement? That's the question. He cannot, because the president is still the president. I know I see Akari's been looking at me like that, but did he say something? That's the big question here. We'll be going into that. Now, the World Bank grant. The grant about the World Bank. And let me put this in the chat room, guys, so you can look at it. I was watching today, there's a letter on the floor of the Senate, and I decided to investigate. The World Bank sent over $200 million in grant to small farmer agriculture different projects. 2023, the information reaching us that Americana received $250,000 of that money. Western Garfield received $75,000 of that money. If it is true, are they small farmers? If it is true, did they use the money appropriately, or the money was used for the election because it was given 2023? These are different allegations coming out, and since we are breaking the story, I'm hearing from Martin Cordy, I'm hearing from Mame, I'm hearing from different people. The list is coming up. Former ministers, current minister received it. Some of them never had farm. They didn't get no farm. They received the money. No farm. They had the money. And Liberian people that get small farm to go hustle, they didn't give them the money. They said they gave the money to Sister Summerthousand. Now, give us the list. Yobli has the list. Will she have the list? Will she cover the list? We are reaching out to Alexander Nuta, the agriculture minister. The list needs to be made available. But we can announce that information reaching us, the allegation that Americana received $250,000. Ambassador Garfani received 75,000. What did they do with the money? In 2023, they received this money. What was happening in the country in 2023, Dr. Richardson? Were they farming or they were running after elections? Ladies and gentlemen, may God save our country. Let me put this letter up. We got the letter, so many of them coming up. This is Honorable Kakula Musa Muka Kamara. Kakula Muka Kamara, District Number 14, Moserado County. I believe this is his letter. Honorable Kamara, as you can see, he's suspended because he's not attending session. Again, this is Jerry Yogba's letter. Jerry Yogba suspended, and this is Jerry Yogba, District Number 12, Moserado County, for not attending session. Is this the piece? Let's do another round on this because we are waiting for the guys to come on from ULA, and then we'll talk to them. We'll talk about Fadiga. Today we saw Honorable Akaris Moses Gray breaking out information that Fadiga was rejected in Paris. I reached out to Fadiga, and I can tell Honorable Gray, Fadiga is willing to come and talk, and he will talk tonight. But is the information true? Did the government recall Fadiga? Hussein Fadiga. Dr. Richardson, let's wrap up on the suspension. Those that were suspended, I'm going to read the name very quick, and we'll do another round on this suspension thing. And ladies and gentlemen, we want to hear you. You have Yeke Koluba, he was suspended. FTI Kofa, they suspended him. The president calling him to negotiate, but they suspended FTI Kofa. Musa Belite, the CMC political leader, the rule of law chairman, Musa Belite, we are hearing that he's suspended. Dixon Stibo. Now, this has nothing to do with the first group. The first group were Abu Kamara, Alex Noah, Safoko, and all of them. This is a new list. Samuel Anders, Muka Kamara, Luther Collins, and Thomas Gashua Wave, Jerry Yogba. Dr. Richardson, 1 minute real quick. Let's close up on this suspension.
Yeah, as a leader of Liberia, I'm happy that President Boka is calling for, peace between the two groups in the House of Representatives. But I actually want to know who is motivating whom, to be so power drunk to suspend his colleagues. I believe that President Boka showed his hands too quick. I remember that he immediately snubbed Kofa. Remember, I don't know if you guys remember that scene where he didn't want to even shake Kofa's hand on the Capitol ground. He ended up taking cones for to travel to the Ghanaians inauguration. I also remember that he sent a budget to Kun. So all of those little things that he did, all of those little actions to me led up to somehow motivating Kun to the point that he feels that he has all of the power to, suspend and withhold people's money, districts' money for legislative projects that would benefit the constituents in those districts. So I think that I'm actually wondering what's going to happen if the Supreme Court comes down to say that Kun should go back to the House of Representatives and go under the leadership of Speaker Kofa, and then also have a election, to start over again. What is he going to do? How is he going to face his colleagues? So I wonder about those things. It gotta be, a shameful business. What is the country? What is the president going to do? I'm glad that he's calling for peace, but it's a zigzag type situation. It's very concerning, and I hope that the people of our country, stand up for their rights.
Stand up, stand up, stand up for your right. Get up, stand up. For Kennedy, 1 minute. Something is happening. Are we negotiating? Or are we staying in crisis here, sir?
We are in crisis. We have a lower house that is split. They're not working together. You need all 73 of our lawmakers, our representatives, to function fully. But they've been disgruntled, they've been disjointed, they've been fracassed, for the past 6-7 months. And for any of us to sit down and think that everything there is normal, I mean, you are living in denial or you just don't understand government function. For government to function, all of its major body and organs have to be functional. But you have one of it, which is a lead organization, the legislature, has not been doing well, Stanton, for 6 months. And the president is trying his best. I don't know whether he's trying his best, but let me say for the public, he's trying his best to negotiate, bring the majority group to say, listen, majority, you got to end this thing. But then you got people sitting there trying to suspend and undermine his efforts, right? I mean, where are we going? So I don't know when this is going to come to an end, but it needs to come to an end so that people can begin to take our country seriously. At the moment, no one takes our country seriously. I mean, people are going to be making mockery out of the country we have. If you have a legislature that is not fully cooperating with each other, you have one lower house, somebody come and hijack the speakership, and then that person who don't even have the authority is now suspending the actual speaker. What kind of mockery is this? So the whole thing is just an interesting story. I think somebody should write a book. I mean, if that book sells, because I don't know who will waste their time reading that kind of book. But Dr. Francine, you should write a book about the thing that's happening in Liberia or
tied to psychology. Maybe
yeah, I think psychological.
Well, I'm going to jump over Colonel Gray because I want to bring in Akaris Gray. Then we'll go to Colonel Gray. Then Uncle Sam take us home. I want to bring in that little sandwich conversation. Let's do that because I know Colonel Gray is moderate. Let me hear from you, Akaris Gray. Akaris, what's going on? Is the president negotiating in good faith here?
No, that's where I come in. I'm inclined to believe by the action of Kuhn that the president is not negotiating in good faith. I believe the president is double crossing. Look, let me tell you this. Chancellor used to say, I call for ceasefire, he many on the front line still shooting. When they called Chancellor on the BBC, he said probably the message has not reached them yet. But the instruction is move ahead. That's why people do. This thing happens sometimes in politics. The leader will play the clean game. The other guys will say, go ahead, lead that man, meeting him, but keep firing. I will you people. Okay. Kun will never have the courage. Play the video or go back to the video when Kun said, I am a regime speaker. Go back to that video, see his body language. That means he takes instruction from the CRC of the Republic of Liberia and no other person. He said we needed our own speaker as a regime. So there was no way that would not have become a regime speaker. It was sanctioned by the president, the leadership of the government, the executive, the unity party. It becomes difficult to disentangle or distort the president from the action of Richard Kun and his men. This is very common. Some people, sometimes you come to the office, somebody tell the man, I'm there. Why? Maybe they talking to the man, you come outside, you say, but why you told the man, say, I'm here? And I'm in the office to save face. Burger has 40 years. President Burger has over 40 years experience in government. It's not something for you to say that, look, okay, he has all of these, but he knows. President Burger worked with Samuel Doe. He worked with Dr. Sawyer. I don't know what he worked with Judy Bryan, but he worked with President Saleh. So he had worked with dictators and non-dictators, elected and non-elected leadership. He has seen too many things. So imagine that even the ECOWAS delegation were being deceived. That why they did not move to the legislature today to have a conversation. When they got on the ground and they started a conversation.
We'll come to that. Let's go on the suspension.
You'll come to that.
Yeah.
You'll come to that. But basically, the entire burden of this crisis. The last time Musa said he wanted to disagree with you on the show, I understand maybe you were playing the good guy game. But the president is in the know of every actions and inactions of the majority bloc.
Thank you.
Because he has demonstrated that from day one and up to now. So there's no way you can exonerate There's
Thank
no way
you
you
very
can
much,
continue
Honorable
to
Gray.
stand for these actions.
Thank you very much, Honorable Akaris Gray. Let me come to Conor Rami Gray, and Uncle Sam will close us on this one. Conor Gray, talk to us, man. It's kind of confusing, right? Just last week, President Bwaga called for FTI Kofa, right? And said, my son, come on. Listen, you're marrying my niece. Come on, let's talk. Let's find a way out. Prior to that meeting, he met with Richard Kuhn and members of the majority black. Today, 9 members again being added to suspension list. Are we serious in the country? Talk to me, Conor Gray.
You know, Stanton, politics is also defined as the art of the possible. You know, people have two sides. Every one of us, we have, you know, off camera, on camera, you know, attitude that we put on. If you ask me, the on camera statement of the president must be looked into very carefully. If he either is not in control or he's cahooting. So I buy that idea that Kuhn is not behaving in isolation, or maybe Kuhn has just read into the president that he's not the kind of guy that will jump down your throat, so you can go ahead and do what you can do. Apparently, that's the real meaning of calling Kuhn to settle the situation. But I think if you suspended, I think about 12, even 12 of those lawmakers, each of them rallies 100 people, that 1,200, that's sufficient to just go and sit down. The child that says their mother will not sleep, they too are ready to wait to stay up. That's just how this works. You know, look, if you continue to say these guys were kind of the negotiating table, they have been emboldened. Come on, if you were Kuhn, would you want to give up power now just that easily after you have been made to understand that you're some speaker through some illegitimate means? No. So this is the scuffle in democracy that some of these kinds of ways to address these issues were created for. Look, the Occupy movement has worked. Why are you allowing them to work? Even the idea to take the decision to expel you could not have happened if you occupied a space. So you're giving them a chance to work and you're making all the noise. Look, it's time to put down the good ball behavior here and meet them at their tracks. I continue to say, I could not have been a lawmaker and don't rally. Look, Yeka is involved. Yeka is a rebel rouser, a crowd puller. Why can't he go to his constituency and tell them, look, let's go to...
They are waiting for the Bill of Information announcement, and we will see some action.
Kicking the can down the road, my brother. The other people not waiting for that.
Thank you very much, Conor Gray. Uncle Sam, talk to us, man. The involvement of the president, did it fall on deaf ear, Uncle Sam?
So I keep saying, and I want to make this point, unambiguous, that if Joe Barker does not have the gravitas, the political capital, where he can call Richard Kuhn and others in a room and say, for the sake of this country, we need to resolve this matter, and let's do it because the country is sitting on a tinderbox. And I'm not talking about people with violence or anything like that, but just the political risks, the burning of the Capitol, the inertia in the legislature. I mean, clearly, you can't have an effective legislature that is split the way that it is split. And it's hurting the country. It is maligning the image of the country. So the president, again, should use his... So does he have any political capital at all? Does he have any vested interest in the peace and security of the country? Can he call those kids, that some of them that can be his children, can he call them to a room and say to them, for the sake of the country first, let's resolve this? If Joe Barker cannot do this, I fret for the future of my country under him. Because this is a crisis, yes. But there could be bigger crises that could arise in this country that he may not be able to fix because of his nature. He has no courage. He has no kahunas. There's no bravado in him. He's just there. And this man, and I hate to say this, but he has been a beneficiary of the patronage system in this country for more than 50 years. I mean, mediocrity. You know, let's face it. You know, and we cannot continue to have that. He needs to demonstrate that he is prepared to lead this country. And he hasn't shown that he's prepared to lead this country.
Let me ask you a question. Please allow me to. I'm seeing the J. Victor Nagbe, and I'm waiting for Councilman Barkley to come on, and we'll bring both of them on to speak about Mohammed Keita, the UDA president endorsement. But let me ask you though. We're crying wolf. Everybody crying. The country, they kept the building burned down. Everything is crazy. President Boga refused at first to meet with the ECOWAS leadership, the speaker and all of them when they came in the country. Later on, he agreed to meet with them. Today, the president's photo with the folks from Ghana. And the president is saying that I called for FTI Kofa that we can find a solution. But yet his handpicked speaker, because we gotta say that's his handpicked speaker, right? But although the president say I didn't know, I wasn't informed, but hey, you send the budget to him, that's your man. It's handpicked, regime speaker. Suspended. The very people you called in and said, y'all come let break bread together. Let's go to Yamoussoukro. Let's go to Abuja, peace a call. Let's go to Ouagadougou, peace a call. But you calling them to break bread, and your handpicked speaker saying we don't need them. And as a matter of fact, to tell you that we don't need them, we'll suspend them. And to even tell you that we don't need them, the person you call him, why you call him, for FTI Kofa, will suspend him. Understand?
Disrespect.
Is President Bwaga in control here? Is something happening that we need to discuss on the show? And listen, that's my Uncle Joe, that's my president. Can that be done to any leader? People say, oh, that different branch of government. If you're making that case, then he shouldn't have called for FTI Kofa. He called for FTI Kofa. He said, my son, I beg you. We receive information for them. He said, how can I trust you? He said, trust me. Oh, no. You took me in a room to kiss the ring of the Pope. You said I should trust you. And there would have been coup d'etat behind my back. How can I trust you? You handpick Richard Coon. And Richard Coon said, Mr. President, we are not listening to you. We'll suspend this for FTI. The reason why you call him, we'll suspend him. And they did. Says Uncle Sam, I mean, how long should we fast and pray that God can take the scale from the eyes of President Bwaga, that he can see clear? How long should we go in our closet and pray and say, Lord, renew in me a clean heart and a right mind, that I can see clearly and sing that song? One day President Bwaga got to sing it. I can see clearly now, the rain is gone. Uncle Sam, how long should we wait for President Bwaga to realize?
Well, we waited for 12 years, and he said he was a parked car. So I guess we just have to wait until 2029 when he's no longer president. Maybe the crisis will just last that long, since he's unable, incapable, or unwilling to resolve it. So it will just last. And hopefully we pray that it does not deteriorate into something more catastrophic for the country. And look, I hear my colleague Conor Gray and Honorable Gray calling for civil action. I can't call for civil action. Because if I call for civil action, I'm automatically accused of being a coupist in 1980 or res rioter in 1979. So I'm very, very sensitive about that, so I don't call for that. Okay. But civil disobedience, standing up for principle, is honorable. And that's what keeps reckless governments in check, the fear of people's actions. But in the post-war dispensation, the reason why you have this recklessness, unadulterated corruption, and disrespect for the rule of law, because those people who run this country and have run this country since 2006 are not afraid of the people. But a government must be afraid of the people. Of course, we don't have leaders that can stand. Let me finish. I mean, we don't have leaders that can stand and take it to them. So, but I'm not asking for any civil disobedience before I be accused of being a troublemaker. I'm not.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Again, to each his own. You say your own, I say my own. Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. While the president negotiating, the lawmakers are suspending, and they are saying these guys are going to get the pay. And listen, when we come back, I'm going to bring in Councilman James Barkley and J. Victor Nagbe to the show. Let's talk about this ULA endorsement. When we come back, we'll talk about the war bank. We'll talk about again, Don Fadiga. But there's something on here that you need to know. And just think about it for a minute. We'll open the phone line early today. We want to hear from you. Who's in charge of our country? The president said today in the second retreat, cabinet retreat, that if we do not find jobs for the young men and women, they will come knocking on our door. Is that statement too late? Then you ask yourself, is the president even trying? Is President Barker even trying? Ready. Who the president was talking to? Who going to fund the job? And don't forget, we're talking about America 250,000 that you took 2023. These are allegations, but we'll bring it up. We have the document we'll share with you. So let me bring in the councilman James D. Barkley. He's a councilman, I think, in around Atlanta City area. He will let us know. And I'm going to bring in J. Victor Nagbe. Gentlemen, welcome to the show. As always, thank you again. If this is your first time for joining Spoon, we're good to have you. The only reason, very short, I know you got to go back to your Zoom meeting because it's crazy. Your president, you the president, endorsed Jeremiah Cohn. We got 4 or 5 more years to go. You guys have taken a position. I mean, who willing to speak first?
Stanton, thank you very much. My name is James Barkley. I'm running for re-election in Pleasantville. I need the support of every Liberian. This year is a tough election. I went through the party nomination. I won that. But there is still an open door for a primary challenger from my own party still. So everything election is money in America. I have to go through the primaries and go for the general election and know who's coming from the other side. However, we are here to address the issue that has been floating over the news. EULA did not endorse any candidate. EULA does not endorse any candidate. EULA will not endorse any candidate. We heard about this news. We convened an emergency meeting. The board, the leadership council.
What did you hear about Councilman Barkley? What did you hear?
Well, we heard that we've heard someone sent a newspaper to me that our president did endorse the current vice president of Liberia. So it was a red flag. So we had to convene an emergency meeting. And as I can speak to you today, the president will be appearing before the joint board.
Did the president endorse or didn't he?
He did not endorse. We asked the president, he did not endorse, he did not intend.
What did he say at the program?
At the program, the president spoke, among other things, at the end of his statement, he made a remark, and which could be interpreted in several ways.
What exactly did he say, Councilman? You are running for re-election now in a highly populated Liberian community. They are listening to you. You got to be on the record. What did he say at the end of the program? Because we have the clip. But you tell me, what did he say?
Oh, definitely. First of all, if you know that I didn't appear at that program.
No, you're trying to pull a disclaimer now. Yeah, what did he say, Councilman?
I'll come to it frankly and tell you. At the end of the program, the president spoke. And he said, 2029 is coming. If you are ready, we are ready. I heard it clearly. That's why we're concerned. We have to send for him. And
is that not an endorsement? Who he was talking to? 2029, because he was talking directly to Jeremiah Cohn. He said 2029 is coming. If you are ready, we are ready. What I mean, so how do you interpret that, though?
This is how UDA's position on this case. We certified the president.
No, the personal position first, then we'll talk about UDA, sir.
Oh, my personal position?
No, the president position first.
Oh, well, we're from the president's position based on the interview we had with him. He didn't intend to endorse the vice president. He didn't
intend, but he did.
No, he did not. He said he did not. Yeah.
He said he didn't intend?
Yeah.
But if you didn't intend and you did, and you slipped, am I correct?
No, look, it's you see, language, the usage of language is something that is unique. That's why we call the president for clarification. He did clarify. I did not endorse the vice president. We said, well, that's the interpretation of it.
He said he didn't intend. You just said it.
Yes.
So did he slip?
Well, look, let me just be honest with you. Face value. If you give the president the microphone today, he will not say the same thing he said.
But he said that, so he did. He endorsed him. He endorsed him.
No, he did not endorse him. He slipped, but he did not endorse him because we asked him.
So which one we walking with now? He slipped, but he didn't. He didn't intend, but he did. Come on, man. Thank you very much, Councilman Barkley. Let me bring in Jay Victor Nangwe. Welcome to the show, sir. How you doing?
Yeah, it's good to be here. It's good to be here. So I am not running for office. He is, but he has my support. Many Councilman Barkley.
Thank you very much. And I cannot be part of that because he's in Pleasantville, out of Burlington County. But let me ask you.
Let me just make correction. Once you are in the United States of America, you can be a part. You cannot be a part when you are you are in a foreign country.
Okay. All right. So again, you'll come back and talk about your election. We'll make the program. We'll build a program to you. You can talk about your election. Let's talk about Mohamed Keita and Yola endorsement. Your interpretation, Mr. Nangwe, what say you?
So the president did not endorse, and the councilman is quite right. As a matter of fact, you talked about our 3 o'clock meeting, though I don't know how you heard about it, but it is true. We have met, and we are also putting together a statement intended to clarify this, but the president did not endorse. What he said was that he did lay out a number of concerns that the union has, including the astronomical level of corruption that is occurring in this government. And basically, he was telling the vice president that I hope you're hearing us, because if you're going to run in 2029, you're going to come back to us. We are here. So I think this is a mischaracterization.
No, but that's an interpretation phrase you're giving us, Mr. Nagwe. That's not what he said. Were you at the program?
I was.
Okay.
I was at the program.
What exactly did he say?
Exactly what I said. That he made a statement.
You're going contrary to what Councilman James just said, sir.
No, what did you hear?
What did you hear Councilman James say?
Councilman Barkley?
Councilman James Barkley. He just said
exactly what I'm saying. That the president.
No.
And in concluding his statement, he made what is being reported in the press now. But that was never in the. First of all, there was no candidacy happening in the.
In concluding in his statement, what did he say? The conclusion
that we are here. 2029 is coming. We will be here.
No. You're missing something. He said you. Who the you were referring to?
I didn't hear you.
Oh, you didn't?
I didn't. But I wasn't at all.
Councilman James Barkley said you, and he said he didn't, but he did. He didn't intend to say so, but he did. So you guys gave it up. I understand you want to save. Let me ask you a question before we bring in the rest of the guys. Mohamed Keita, which country he from?
He's from Nimba.
Thank you. Let's go around the clock here. Paul Kennedy, talk to us.
Thank you, gentlemen, for coming. Mr. Nangwe, Councilman Barkley, we wish you success in your future endeavors. Not really a question, because the main person we should be asking is the chairman himself. I mean, the president himself. Because when we heard this speculation. I actually said, can he be endorsing a candidate when there's no election? That's the first thing.
Correct.
You know, anyone accepting endorsement now, you're wasting your time, because first of all, there are no candidates, there are no elections open. So I hope Vice President Kuhn will not actually take that endorsement as anything legitimate. But then my second point was, let's try to delineate his personal assertion from that of the institution EULA, right? And this is what I'm hearing. And I see that you all made some efforts to even call an emergency meeting to put a redress to what you are hearing. Is a good step forward. That's leadership, you know. So I wouldn't try to pound you down with questions, because there's actually nothing to ask. This gentleman cannot be endorsing anyone because we are not in a political season. There's no election until 5 years from now. So, you know, I just saw that as a, you know, trying to be giving another appraisal to the vice president for his activity. People see power and sometimes they really juggle around. So maybe that's what happened to the chairman. But thank you very much for making yourself available.
So he didn't endorse what you gave appraiser. Oh, we'll play with words today. That's just appraiser. Okay, before we come to you, Colonel Gray, let's go to Honorable Karis Mose Gray. Honorable Gray, the Liberian people are listening. If this Mohammed Keita got slaved, like Councilman James Barkley is saying, listen, gentlemen, I slaved. I was overly excited. I said the wrong thing, right? But when Councilman Barkley is saying this thing, then you get Mr. Nagwe is saying something contrary. We are watching both of them, but it's hard to defend. When they called for the 3 p.m. meeting today, right? All Yuda people were shaking, right? What would be the best defense mechanism? How can they save Mohammed Keita? Because he flopped, right? And here we are now. Even the councilman, Councilman Bagley, I'm not putting the election on the line, okay? No. Hey, go ahead. Go ahead, Karis. Thank you.
Yeah. Let me say welcome to Mr. Barkley and Mr. Nangbe. It's good that you have joined us. But you know, I'm a very blunt guy. I don't draw back like that easily. I say exactly what I feel and think. There's something called implied statement. Implied statement. There's another thing called status statement. The implied statement is very clear that your president endorsed Vice President Kuhn for 2029. If that statement was not implied, you now have invited him to a teleconference today. The outrage, the newspaper came up with it because he indeed told the man that if you are ready, we are ready for you to take you to the presidency 2029. Stand on the rest of the colleagues on the show. My issue is this. President Boyka had just made a statement that those who have interest in 2029 should step aside. He only needs people that will focus on the government. That statement was emphatic and clear to the vice president down to all other appointed officials. I guess the president didn't make that statement because he just wanted to talk. He spoke with emphasis, realizing that there is a target for 2029 and people are not focusing on the current administration to push it forward. The quest and the battles for 2029. And Vice President Jeremiah Kuhn sits at a program where the URA president endorsed him for the presidency in 2029 with a seated head of state of his country that just going for one term. Because every president should have 2 terms, is your decision to make. And in the first term of the presidency, the vice president will remain mute and just smile about it. In my mind, that prior meeting with the president when he said, "Focus, you those who want 2029, step aside," he was referencing Jeremiah Kuhn. Jeremiah Kuhn quest for the president. Look, we all been in politics. We all been in politics. Kuhn may have called the URA president and said, my man, you calling me to come, I come here, plan the whole thing. And say, just made a statement some kind of way at the close of the program. No, we all politicians. I've been in the business for the last 20-something years at the active national level. Okay, and a member of the Liberian political class that understand the Liberian political culture. Okay, so that raises a concern in other countries. Let me tell you what happened in Sierra Leone. Because the vice president behavior, the president said you got to resign. You're moving for you.
Let's stick within the time frame.
So I didn't Honorable Gray. I think you're implying a lot. You were talking about
Mr. 1 minute, please. We got limited time. Let's go to the issue, please.
Yeah, I'm saying to you, you can comment. I'm saying to you, the statement by your president has brought the body to public disrepute. That's why you are calling a meeting today with your president. The statement by your president has inducted the entire ULA. I'm not saying there are not credible people in ULA. Okay, I respect ULA a lot. But what does that say about the presidency? It's a mortgaging of ULA by your president to somebody.
Thank you for the statement, Honorable Gray. Let me bring in Corner Reverend Gray. Corner Gray.
Yes, gentlemen, good day. Stanton, when it comes to EULA has had that reputation. That's that very obstreperous reputation of that people are going into this just because they want to have a say or place in our national politics. For the president of EULA, who should understand that he's bound by a 501c3 tax status, which stifles his ability to even meddle in any politics, let alone Liberian politics. It should be aware this was as a deliberate act. It may not have been occasioned by the Vice President, Jamal Kuhn, but people in their own sycophantic moments sometimes are greeted by certain spirit to speak a certain way when they feel that this is the most perfect time for them. If you ask me, I would say he should have known better, but it's intentional. And now, if he's not aware of his own obligation as leader of a 501c3 organization, I think the likes of Barclay should begin to find a way to impeach him. Because he has, exactly as others said, he has brought the body into disrepute, because EULA is not known to be endorsing anybody, let alone the leader of our country. So, and then that statement also endangers Mr. Kuhn's own personal space with the president of the Republic of Liberia. It will be seen like, oh, so you planning to run. Look, you cannot make pronouncement when the president of the Republic of Liberia, your boss, is still in office. Until that moment comes into play, Mr. Kuhn should distance himself from that statement just so he can have a warm, relationship with his boss. Otherwise, you'll be seen like, I'm alive and you're still running. That has to be given to him. It's not something he can take. President Barker continued to say, power is insatiable, it's sweet. You can't get there one time and you just look at it and walk away. If President Barker is healthy by 2029, he might be in the ballot. And I believe he intends to be in the ballot as long as something else doesn't prevent him from being there. So this whole thing embarrasses everybody, including Mr. Kuhn. So
thank you.
They should work on it.
Thank you very much. Great. Let me bring in Dr. Richardson. You have not spoken. We'll bring you in after Uncle Sam. Then we'll hear from Councilor Barclay and Mr. Nagwe. Uncle Sam.
Yeah, Councilman Barclay and Honorable my brother Mr. Nagwe. I just want to give a list, like 30-second history. I was at the founding of EULA in Philadelphia in 1974 with Tamaka Jangaba, the president. And then I was executive vice president of EULA in 1976 under Leslie Abayomi Cole. I don't know if you have a EULA historian, but you can check the record. But I'm going to follow the same line with Conor Gray. One of the reasons why we formed the Progressive Alliance of Liberia to move away from EULA was that EULA was, even though it was a 501c organization, that was supposed to be in the interest of Liberians in the United States and try to coordinate things, but it became very political. If you look at the entire history of EULA, Charles Taylor, Moses Duopu, Bala, all of these people use EULA to ascend to state power, or use EULA to ingratiate themselves with the powers that be. Now, I don't know Mr. Mohammed Keita. I don't know what his political leaning is, but if you go on by history, it tells me that this was deliberate and it was meant to ingratiate Mr. Keita or Mr. Cone. I mean, I saw that a few years ago when Nathan McGee, Fala McGee, and I went to the EULA conference. I believe it was something in Philadelphia, where he said he was going to give them $100,000, and they were all clap. You remember that? So, I mean, this is just the way the MO of EULA. But for God's sake, guys, this is 2025. EULA does not even have a fitting headquarters in Washington, D.C. EULA does not even do things like the other organizations, like the Spanish League, the Jamaican League, and other people do, support economic empowerment of the people in the United States, trying to open like a diaspora fund or do something for the community. But just be involved in politics. I mean, I'm making a speech, and you can respond to it afterwards. And I'm very, very disappointed that 51 years after the formation of EULA, EULA is still involved in political chicanery to ingratiate themselves with the powers that be in Liberia. And this is very, very disappointing. That's all I have to say.
Dr. Richardson, please. And then we'll go to Councilman Barclay and Mr. Nangwe.
If you are ready, we are ready. If you are ready, we are ready. What does that say? Ready for what? That's the question I have. Who are we? He didn't say I, he said we. Does that imply the organization of EULA? You know, it is so unfortunate that we continue to get mixed messages from an organization that is supposed to be for all Liberians, supposed to serve all Liberians. In January, not long ago, EULA was writing the United States Congressperson to ask them to get involved, in fact, put sanction on individuals that were involved in the Capitol building. This is in January now. And if you ask me, the executive branch and the legislature were involved. And now, of course, to some extent, the inability for the Justice Department to send a clear message, they are also involved. But you are asking, you now then in January were asking the United States government, a congressperson, to sanction those individuals being involved. So now we move to March, okay? In March, you are having a leader who is sending mixed messages to the Liberian people about whether he endorsed, if you are ready, we are ready. That is mixed message. That is a mixed message. So my message to you is, I'm glad you had that 3 hours or more or less meeting today to clarify exactly ready for what and who are the we, because we want a EULA that will serve all people. Secondly, I agree that the vice president should distance himself from the comment, if we are ready, we are ready, because it's very unclear and very ambiguous. He really should distance himself in order to have a wonderful relationship or good relationship, as he was explaining at the program. I have a great relationship with the president. When he says sit down, I sit down. When he says shut up, I shut up. So he should now say, the president told me to send a letter to you guys distancing myself from any endorsement. Thank you.
Dr. Richardson, thank you very much. We're going to hear from Councilman Barclay, Mr. Nangwe, and then we'll give chance to Vandela Patrick to ask his question because he's just joining us. We want to say to all of you, please share our show. We got a lot to cover, so we will be spending the next 5 minutes with Councilman Barkley and Mr. Nangwe. What say you? Haven't heard from the rest of the panelists, sir. Councilman Barkley.
By clarifications. I heard Honorable Jackson speaking about ULA's involvement in political affairs in Liberia. And he clearly claimed that he's one of the founders. But I want to refer into the motto of ULA. It says, together we struggle for a better Liberia. So that is part of ULA's obligation. Now let me come to close this issue on what the president said. When ULA is about to engage an external organ, it requires the approval of the board of directors. This is why I'm here as first vice chairman of the board of directors to tell the people of Liberia that ULA did not endorse anybody. ULA will not, we know better. ULA does not, and we will never do that. Now, let me just come back again to the issue of the congressman that my dear friend mentioned. No, we didn't tell the congressman to sanction anybody. It was not, the sanction issue went in the one that went in the Liberian press. But our meeting with the congressman does not include sanctioning people. So ULA once more stands to represent all Liberians, whether in the diaspora or back at home. We'll never be at ease to see that ULA will take a side in the political affairs of Liberia. We are there to play a middle ground and bring awareness on behalf of the general populace, including the leadership and the membership of our country, the citizens of our country. So ULA is guided by those principles. And that's why we try to provide, that's our way of providing oversight to ensure that the president does not stray away. The fact that I'm here tonight with the coordinator of the diaspora affairs shows how much importance we attach to this issue. We are not taking it light, we take it very serious, but we are telling people in Liberia that no, our organization is not going to, does not, and will not endorse a candidate in the upcoming or any elections in Liberia.
Thank you, Councilman. Let me bring in Mr. Victor Nambi.
Well, thank you very much. It is good to be here. Actually, the meeting that we had at 3 o'clock was intended to do exactly what we're doing here. We felt that the president's statement was misrepresented, and we needed to get out there and clean it up and clear it up. So we're happy to be here. Honorable Gray talked about implied statement and statement of fact. I think he made a lot of implications here. Implied statements are subjective to individual interpretations. We're telling him what we understood the president, what he said. That's our understanding of what he said. Now, the way he understands it is entirely up to him. But we know that as a union, we did not endorse the vice president because of what Conor Gray said. We are a 501c. We are not a political organization. We are an advocacy organization. 2, the vice president did not indicate to us that he's running for office. Now, if Conor Gray is going to tell us that he was being sack-offended, and that's why, because of sack-offensive, he tried to endorse. If he wanted to be a sack-offender, wouldn't he be endorsing or making some gestures towards President Boakai, who is the sitting president, as opposed to the vice president? I don't understand that. But listen, thank you for the opportunity. We're happy that we're here to clarify this. And like we indicated, the meeting we had was intended to do a statement. That statement is going to go out hopefully tonight or by tomorrow. We'll try to send you a copy as well. We are a union. We are a 501c entity. We do not engage in politics, and so we did not endorse.
So let me ask you a question, Mr. Nangwe. It's always good having you and Councilman Barkley on. While we're wrapping up this thing, I'm going to put this up. This is your letter from Mohamed Keita to Congressman Van Drew.
Right.
You guys are calling for action due to what took place at the House of Representatives in Liberia. Your letter is clear, it's up here. One of your also strong statement came in saying that you're calling for sanction, visa restriction, and all of these different issues. I really want to give you guys a chance to address this letter. We ran with the letter, we ran with your strong statement. I was surprised that Councilman James Barker were absent from that functions. But let's just go back on the record. And let's listen together, you and I and the rest of our fellow Liberians. What exactly Mohamed Keita said. Let everybody listen.
The Vice President, we just want to say thank you for being here today. And I believe that you will do the right thing. You're always doing it. I've been knowing you since you were a businessman coming down to be senator of my county. You did something good. Bring it to the Liberian people. They need you. Now remember, 2029 is coming. If you're ready, we are ready. I thank you so much, Liberian. God bless you.
Yeah, you see, let's just face it. I think you guys been very, very unfair to the organization. That's my view. And you will have the chance to close. With all due respect to Yola, I think you guys been very unfair. There's a reason why the people asked to remove Mr. Kamara. And you guys appear on the show. And the people have given you the chance. If you try to protect Mohammed at this time, I think he will make you guys shame tomorrow. You listen to him, Councilman Barkley. You said you never attended the program. You now listen to him. That's the claim. Mr. Victor Nagui, you were at the program. The last line, who do you think he meant to even invoke 2029 after showering praises on Jeremiah Cone and saying we are from the same county? You are my brother. I talk to you.
No, he never said that.
No, excuse me, sir. Let me end, sir. You didn't tell us the truth. What you heard today in this clip, you didn't tell the Liberian people the truth. I know you tried to cover up for the organization and you try to cover up for Mohammed, but I think you need to be fair. And this is a credible institution. You have over 100,000 of people who will listen to you when you try to defend Mohamed Keita. He meant exactly what he said. Can you guys can put him out and we can grill him and he can apologize and take back his word. We heard Councilman Barker saying, oh, he didn't mean it. Oh, there was the intention. Listen, guys. Listen, sir. Listen, Councilman. I think I'm going to play one more time. I will just let you guys, address it. I'm going to play one more time, Councilman. I will allow you guys to address it because I'm done. I think the Liberian people can decide for themselves that you guys came here to cover up for Eula, and I think that was.
Vice President, we just want to say thank you for being here today, and I believe that you will do the right thing. You're always doing it. I've been knowing you since you were a businessman coming down to be senator of my county. You did something good. Bring it to the Liberian people. They need you. Now remember, 2029 is coming. If you're ready, we are ready.
If you're ready, we are ready. And I think I can close on that. Gentlemen, it's good having you. Till we meet again, may God bless your program coming up, the election, Councilman. Mr. Dangwe, as always, you're welcome to John Spoon Talk, and you'll have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
all right. I really don't want to dwell with that because they're going to another meeting. The video speak for itself.
Yeah, but stand on.
Mama, you can make sure you've been talking, man. You can give me a chance to.
You stop your argument. Please don't do that. Don't do that. Please don't do that. Please.
You always do this to me.
That way you come here, you want to disrupt the show. Please don't do it, please. We're begging you. If seriously, don't do it. We're begging you, please. Dr. Richardson, let me come back to you. Let's do this. Federa will take us home on this one. It's very important, Dr. Richardson. It's clear. And to hear that the councilman is covering and Mr. Nagwe is covering, as if to say there was no clip. I mean, let's see you 30 seconds real quick.
You know, I'm so happy you played that clip because it gave me a completely different view. I was asking question, but now I can clearly say, you can see clearly now, right? I can see clearly now. I can clearly say that the council person were covering up. I'm disappointed in them. I believe that they should have called a spade because he did say 2029 is coming. What did he mean? Are we going to have a big party in 2029? Was he talking about New Year's Day, Christmas? You know? So what did he mean? And so they should have called him out in order to protect the sanctity of EULA. They should also have called him out in order for us to continue to respecting EULA and also to know that EULA serves all people. He came here today and said, oh, we are not a political organization. You're not political, but then you wrote the Congress, you know, a political institution, a political person to investigate, okay, the Capitol building. You're not political, you're talking about 2029. Surprised. I'm very surprised and disappointed in both the representative that was here from EULA.
Oh, thank you very much, Adoration. Colonel Gray, let's hear you real quick. 30-second, man. what's a flop on this, man?
You know, when you have that tax exempt status, 501c3, there are so many fine lines you need to walk. And sometimes in the moment of now, people get in that mood to just say something, but it's like the president of the Republic of Liberia going to Douala and saying, I come here as me, not as the president. Well, when can you distinguish when it's the president, when it's the individual? Because they're one and the same. So you always represent yourself as the president whenever you appear. So if you are the leader for EULA, whenever you appear, you're not an individual person, especially at a political rally, because when the vice president appear in a town hall to give to sponsor a forum, you are there in a political gathering. So whatever you say, you ought to be extremely, extremely careful. Look, I know EULA has been in this debacle before, where people say, well, people only get into EULA when they want to meddle into national politics. That's why you should always guide yourself against those kinds of statements. But this was shameful, to say the least. I think the board should be able to bring him up and sanction him for the fact that, because you know, whether you say I'm a citizen of NIMBA, yeah, we can avoid that, but you are now the president of EULA, so therefore when you speak, don't drag the entire organization and embarrass Mr. Kunde, Vice President Kun, because the guy who has made it clear that...
President, do you think the Vice President should come up with a statement on this?
I think so, because, you know, Vice President Kun has done everything possible to say, look, Joe Boyka, you are my boss.
Yeah,
I'm not going to be in your way, whether or not I have interest in the future. Naturally, a vice president should have interest. I mean, why else go there? Because you know your boss will be out tomorrow, so it'll be your turn. But I don't think the guy is still charging that process like how others are looking at it. Kun is has been utterly respectful to the president. So don't post saying the man Gary, man. But not fair to him.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me bring in Honorable Gray. Honorable Gray, man. We played the clip. It was just like a home run.
Look, nobody can mislead us. The guys were disingenuous. The president first joined in an ethnic battle, a regional battle, when he said you were the senator of my country. It just in a regional battle. Look at his body language. That's what we call it gesticulation. Look at his body language. Look at how he articulated with his fingers. Okay, he said 2029 is coming. If you are ready, we all know 2029 election year, the vice president endorsing the vice president for contestation. But they themselves who appear on the show being disingenuous. Why? You put up a newspaper article that said they call for sanction. Visa restriction. Did they ever debunk that? Since the newspaper article came out, I think since January, if I'm not mistaken, did you not take a definitive position and say this is not what we're calling for? But they lied to go to. Today, when they came here on air, they say, oh, that's what we're calling for, that is not what we discussed. That being disingenuous. Why you want me to trust them? By the explanation, the vice president who lost the election is because he tried to cover up for somebody who wanted to dominate. That means probably the vice president knows exactly it was a political strategy by both of them. So he cannot dump his man because his man could feel betrayed by his action. So don't tell me the vice president, I mean the vice president of Europe is not cognizant. On the issue of Jeremiah Kuhn, it's for you, Remy, to say, or Stanton, or whosoever to say, I try to exonerate yourself. You want to tell me Kuhn doesn't have advisors? The second most important position in the country. You want to tell me he's not properly managed? After all these days, is that what you want to tell me? That he's not fully cognizant? If Kuhn wanted to make a clarity, he made a clarity else, and he accepted it. Especially after your boss came out and said, all those who are on 2029 just step aside.
Okay.
Okay.
We got to go to the phone line after. Thank you, Honorable Gray. Uncle Sam, let's hear you close up on this, and we'll go to our brother from Dr. Patrick that will wrap this thing up for us. Uncle Sam.
Look, clearly, this is an effort to, I don't know what the language the book would use, but this is an effort to cover it up. Because and also like Honorable Gray said, Kuhn, when he got to the podium, he could have just nipped it in the bud right there and then. Because he had to know this was in politics, this was not going to look, but maybe he was deliberate. And I think my friend Vice President Kuhn needs to make a strong statement and say that he continues to support President Boycott, and President Boycott will be the candidate for him in 2029. He needs to show clear loyalty, no ambiguity. Because if he does that, it will start scaring the rank and file of the Unity Party, the young Unity Partisans who don't believe that their future is with Jeremiah Kuhn, but continue to rest with Vice President Boycott. I told you all about a week ago that there's no way that President Boycott will not run for re-election if he's breathing and walking in 2029, because he is their only hope for continuing political relevance. They have no other alternative, and that's how Liberian politics is. Just like with our party, okay, or the party that I supported, we are continues to be the only one standing and the only alternative. There seems to be no other alternative to President Weah. And that's just the nature of Liberian politics. It's very, very centralized.
We thank you very much, Uncle Sam. Let me bring him from the Patrick VP. What you say on this ULA situation? Can you please unmute, VP? Can you unmute? You're good now. Go ahead. You're good. We can hear you.
So I don't know why people are bashing Ayola. I think I would like to encourage Yola to fully participate in every decision-making process of Liberia. They should never be cowards. They should never pretend. In fact, they should take a side. The question I wanted to ask was, that if 501c and the United States is not Liberia, I wanted to know the geographical boundary of Yola's or 501c. Does it cover Liberia or only the United States? If only the United States, of course, that's it. But this is our domestic affairs. If the 501c gotten by Yola does not cover Liberia, Yola has, or Yola should develop that moral authority to participate in the decision-making process of our country, including endorsement of candidates of their choice, individual endorsement. Make no mistake, if we have bad leaders in this country, it's going to affect Liberians in the United States. Why are we pretending here that stakeholders in the United States with connections domestically and internationally should be prevented from participating in the decision-making process of our country. When we see most of our leaders running to the United States, engaging Yola for connection, for lobbyists, to get support, that's the only time we know them. And let me just go to the president. Look, I don't encourage the office of the vice president to issue any statement. That would be an endorsement that, yes, he was, quote unquote, that program was meant to have him endorsed. The vice president at that moment had no authority over the orator, the one who spoke. And the only person that can clarify a statement in public narrative is the speaker. I would be happy were we to invite the president here, what he meant by, if you are ready, we are ready. He is the only person who has to clarify. And I don't think it's a crime to say the man from my country. That is a share of identity. And we should never pretend that because you're a member of Yola. And this is the reason why this country is backward. In the United States where we live, where Liberia's democratic process is coming from, we see churches endorsing. We see institutions, corporate entities, millionaires and billionaires, they take a side. In this country, we fold our arms. And that's why after every election, you see dummies are using, some of you are dancer today, you qualify, you have your master, you get your PhD, you are learned before a ministry and agency because during the election, you folded your arm, you say you're Mr. Neutral, you belong to an organization, you're not supposed to engage in politics. When the capable are not available, when the available become capable politically, some of them go into, or appointment through battleground. How do you expect our country to go? I will encourage Yola. If the 501c does not cover Liberia, Yola must be directly involved politically, socially in the decision-making country of our country. Decision-making process of our country. They should never be neutral. Because when this country goes in the wrong direction, we will run back to them and say, help us to fix it. So they
thank you very much.
All the time. I think it's
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll be going to the next conversation, which is the World Bank.
Can I just take 30 seconds on that one, please?
I beg you, we're done, brother. Please.
30 seconds. 30 seconds.
No, we're done. You went back to eat, so we're done.
No, I didn't go to eat, man. I got a 4-year-old anyway.
Hey, let him take 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Thank you.
No, we're done. Let me say this. The man will talk when we get to his second round. We're done. It's always the time. The man went back to eat, then he can't drink water in our faces. But again, let me say this to everybody, right? ULA is not a political organization. If ULA can declare himself or herself as a political organization, we need to know. ULA is an organization that involves so many states, like all of the states involve Canada and other places. They have declared themselves, they say very clearly, we are not political, apolitical. So for that, can be sweating, can be talking, the people say they are not political. There will be no way ULA will take a position to send any endorsement anywhere. And ULA personally know that very well. We know ULA. Not people that come to America and run away and refuse to come back and sitting in McGibby County and saying ULA will endorse. No. Not people that know how to get on board back and go regroup. No. ULA will now regroup because we give them check and banners. So I rest on that as I pick up my brother, Fendela Patrick. I just sent you guys the World Bank information, where the money came from, 2023. We're waiting for the list, but some names on the list, we talk about the $250,000 US dollars that was given to Americana, the allegation that yes, you received $250,000. Besson got offended, received $75,000. Tomorrow, we will come on the show saying it as it is. There was a communication sent from Lieutenant Fallo McGill to the Senate. We will bring up the communication. They are questioning who all received the money for small farmers. The World Bank, over $200 million. 2023, people that were running in the election were receiving the World Bank money. The allegation that they used the money for the campaign purposes. Let's talk our own. I just shared with you guys. Please read it. Please get it. And we're going to get the list. We got some of the names already. I want all of the names. and then we can discuss it. These are the embarrassment that people need to talk about. The people take the money from World Bank, Mawata, coming by Mawata. They ate the money. They say they get small farm. They are small farmers. Now they are producing. What they are producing, they're selling it and they're keeping the money. But you, Omer Flomo, can you tell us whether you received some of the money? So what I did, we've been having this conversation all through, and I see Mountain Calling is running with it. We have some names. We have the list already. And this is horrible. This is wickedness. These are some of the things that Elon Musk and Donald Trump said we are going to investigate through USAID. But this one, World Bank money. 250,000. The allegation that Amara Corner took as a small farmer, 2023. 75,000 Western guy took. 2023 election year, you take money to go do farm? Where they farm? You see why everybody looking? They're reading the information. Something seriously happening to our country, folks. Something seriously happening to Liberia. I don't know how we will address this, when we address this, but boy, oh boy, something seriously happening to Liberia. I hope we can pray continuously for our country. Who will help us? Paul Kennedy, let's start with you, and then we'll go around the block. I know you need enough time to read the document, but imagine small farmer crying, and the money went to the senators, the ministers, and the big dogs. Talk to me, Paul.
And that's how it has always been in Liberia. The opportunities for people who are supposed to really deserve it, normally it really doesn't get to them. If it is a housing estate that is built for honor-deserving population, that housing estate normally gets filled by people who are government officials. If it is money allocated to small community farming, small community holders, normally that money does not even trickle down to the people who really are deserving. It is up there, and the folk who know about it, and normally they know about these things, and they share it among themselves in a type late situation, and nobody gets it. So the fact that that money came through government, we need to be asking, how was it equally distributed? Because it's really difficult for us as panelists, and thank you for sharing the information. Stanton will take a deep dive into it to see whether there are any malpractices going on there. But just the fact that the money was given to people during election year, if you're categorizing farmers in Liberia, Amara can never be a small farm holder. That gentleman said his farm is over $7 million. That's what he said. So if his farm is in Liberia and it's over 7 million, then you can't be giving that kind of man smallholder farmers money anymore, my people. That money should be coming to people who just trying to start up their farm. People like Dr. Francine, who got that little 10, 15 acres of cassava farm. She's looking to see how she can do processing. Those are the kind of people who are deserving. But they will come back here to justify that the money, is given to us. We saw a whole list of things. I saw agro business enhancement. We saw supply chain, logistics. There are a lot of categories of things that the money is allocated for. But normally, Stanton, most of the people who that money is intended to benefit, it doesn't get to them. The Liberian government officials will take the money and they will use it. And just let me throw back. You already answered most of the things I wanted to say in under the 30 seconds about EULA. Because of how EULA was structured, and it has a 501c3, Vandela Patrick, it cannot take part in any political activity. If it does that, the American government will close it down. And the fact that people have to campaign before they get job, can almost guarantee you it is not a good future for the country. You don't need to campaign to get job if you are competent and qualified.
Paul, thank you very much for squeezing that EULA argument in. Let's make progress here. Uncle Sam, you have dealt with this before. You know the Rick Monroe beyond World Bank grant loan and whatsoever. But Uncle Sam, This is hitting the fans. Over $200 million, and Attorney Fado McGill put a document on the floor today. I'm sharing the document with you guys, demanding an investigation. And listen, the document is very clear. The thing started from 2018, and this project got canceled November 2024. Talk to me, Uncle Sam.
Okay, Amar is a very close friend of mine, almost like my son. We've worked together professionally over the years. The first time I believe it was like 2010 when I did some report on UNDP for the Ministry of Planning at that time. So I'm not conflicted. I don't have any biases. I just want to be very clear and let the public know that I have a good relationship. So I reached out to him and I asked him, and I asked him very pointedly. And I'm going to go to my phone now and I'll ask you, and I'll just read it out to the public exactly what I asked him. I said to him, 1 second here. Folks, I beg you 1 second. Give me a second. Okay. I said to him,
take your time.
Okay, no. I'll tell you what I said. Okay. Hello, did you receive any grant of $250K from the World Bank in 2023 as a small farmer? He said, yes. He said, I applied for $500K, got vetted, and was approved for $250K at the 12th sitting of the Fund Advisory Committee on Wednesday, August 30th, 2023. And he wanted to know why I'm asking. I told him clearly we're going to have a discussion on Spoon tonight, and I want to know what your perspective is. I'm a fair individual. Look, I have my opinion on it, and I told him I was very clear that on the surface it looks bad. He needs to have a solid explanation to the public on this matter because it will engender a lot of controversy. Okay, but I'm going to err on the side of him that it was a vetting process, and until it can be proved that he did something wrong, but I can tell you, perception is reality in politics. And I told him very clearly that on the surface, it looks bad. And he needs to have a solid response because the public will want to know how he was vetted and how this matter came about. So that's my position. So what I'm calling for now.
I'll tell you, thank you very much. I want to applaud you seriously. Uncle Sam, wait 1 minute. Thank you for even reaching out because people saying, well, Stanton coming with this breaking news, we do not believe it. We're getting more names. So it's good that Senator from Buffalo County, Americana, confirming that he received, we have the document, 250,000 United States dollars as a small farmer. 1. 2, he received the money in an election year, 2023. In the heat of the election, this information are troubling. Bassinga family, you can reach out to him too, and anyone can reach out to him. Received in the amount of 75,000 United States dollars. Who are controlling the money in 2023 was George Manuel Weah. Why President Weah was giving the money out based on those negotiations. We are talking about over 200 million United States dollars from 2018 to November 24th, 2024.
But let me just add this, Stanton. He said he applied for it. It was approved for $250K at the 12th sitting of the Fund Advisory Committee on Wednesday, August 30th. He did not say let me finish, Stanton. He did not say that President Weah or any local organization or political force had anything to do with this. He's seen this came directly from the fund. That's why I'm calling for an investigation into the matter for Amra and others to dispel any claims of impropriety against them. They need to tell the public how they got this money, what are the criteria, how they were vetted, and whether there were any other political influences in getting that money.
So, Uncle Sam, we hear you. Thank you very much. I applaud you. You reach out to him. Let's make some progress in this. And that's the reason why I asked you to come second. We are in trouble in Liberia. We are. And thank you for giving us a disclaimer that he's your friend. You worked with him before. We respect that. Oh, boy. My, oh, my. 250,000 as a small farmer. Ministers currently in this government receive some of the money. Representative received the money and they fought for the election and they won. They received that money. Who's going to pay the money back? Ladies and gentlemen, we are in trouble. I'm calling two names because I know they confirm that he received the money. But some guy finally confirmed that he received 75,000. America going to confirm that he received 250,000. Look at Liberia today. We will put this document up on this front page. You're gonna read it. Just read it. We'll put it up. Everybody needs to question. You only got the list. She has the list. She need to release the list. Except she want to cover up. She need to release the list. This is a problem. Dr. Richardson, let's hear you. We'll go to Edward Gray. My brother from Dada Patrick and Honorable Akaris Mose Gray will be last on this conversation. Dr. Richardson.
Stanton, I have a very heavy heart right now because this wickedness that we do to each other, to our country, to, be in the position where you can, do your own farm, struggle like everybody else. But yet and still, you surround yourself with, a group of people who are in the know to receive money, grant that is supposed to go to farmers. Liberia can only be transformed if we do the work. If we see other people like our brothers and sisters. I think about, where I spent a lot of my childhood days near, a farm, on a farm. I'm not going to say where, but on a farm. And most recently when I went there, the whole place was dead, a thriving community of people that made their farms quite regularly. The mission school that was nearby was shut down because there was no way for the people to afford to send their children to school. But yet and still, I come here today for you to tell me that people who were in the know, people who knew that this loan was coming or this grant was coming, people who knew how to fill up the form, people who they say they are small farmers. They were the one completing the forms to get the money and leaving the small farmers, the people who duly, who need the money, who justly, who fairly need the money outside. It makes me feel very bad, terrible. And this is what we do to ourselves. This is why Liberia in my mind can say Ken Jean no ho. Because we have people who are in it, and then we wonder. Yesterday we were here. All of a sudden somebody removed their name from on the article of incorporation. All of a sudden they get 20%. That is the same thing we're talking about. I have no facts or nothing to prove, that this person is not legitimate or legitimately removed themselves. But it's fishy. It is suspicious. And this is the same in the know business we are talking about. So this grant is coming. You hear about it because you are in the know. Then you incorporate yourself to be a small business or small farmer. Then you know all the right answers to the right questions because you know the right answers.
That's I feel your pain. I feel your pain because you know why? And that's the change we all want to fight for, but without getting the change. I want to remind everybody, right? When this document came a few weeks back and we begin to investigate, we're trying to put people on record. This is American. 2023, he was running. And we display those documents for every Liberian to see. You need to question your lawmakers. Americone, Western got family. Are you kidding me? Combine both of them amount. You talk about 325,000. People in Bapadu, the old people in Bapadu that are doing the cassava farm, they can't get it. They will not get it. Tomorrow we'll dig deeper in the story. All Liberians got to hear this. It's not only Americana now. It's not only Western got failing. A minister that were in the government, they left the government. Current ministers tell the people money. Watch out for the list. Watch out for the names. You will be, what can we do? What more should we do, my fellow Liberians? Man, America, are you serious? That we are talking about these guys that 250,000 United States dollars during an election year? The heat of the election, my man, just go for that money. It will help you. The allegation that people are saying, and Americana is confirming that yes, I received the money. May God save our state, Colonel Gray. Talk to me. May God save our state, Colonel.
You know, Stanton, normally that's why I like to stay in the back and just listen, because I listen well when I stay in the back and don't juggle in the sea with everybody to swim, including the sharks. When Americana came here, he said he borrowed money from the World Bank to establish his farm. And I'm going to go back and look for that particular audio. So then that puts me to work. I went to see if the World Bank can borrow individuals as opposed to, because the World Bank is a bank, right? But it deals with sovereign states. So being that I'm ignorant about the process, so I decided to just go and do a little bit of research to see if individuals can walk up to the World Bank or the IMF to ask for a loan. So when I saw, now it's clear that it wasn't a loan, and I don't believe the World Bank is in the business of giving grants just like that, because you know what, this money they expect some returns or profit on them as they give you back because they're a bank. Now, for what these people have cleverly done, so the answer to that finding was that no, the World Bank is not engaged in giving people individuals loan. Rather, they're in the business of subsidizing national effort in a republic, and then they obligate to those who are indebted to the World Bank, are the state, not individuals. So what these people have done cleverly, they've used the state to get money, and then they divvy among themselves and pass, the burden down to the state, our future generation. It just reminds me about some loan scheme that Ellen set up at the Ministry of Finance, where certain individuals that used to serve on this platform borrow money and never paid back. That's what this is all about. So you have to be able to be extremely savvy to go back and look at it and say, well, who are the beneficiaries? They're only coming up now because probably some document has leaked somewhere. But you know what? This is what the Republic of Liberia represents in essence. Group of people have come together to just gang rape this country and pass the tab down to the common man who struggles to even put food on the table. We talk about, Joe, we're upping the national debt. These are the means through which they up their national debt. And these are the beneficiaries. That's why people are happy to be in government. To be frank, they're not there for the good thing, my brother.
Again, I want to say thank you, Honorable Gray, Colonel Gray, before we get to Akaris. let me put this communication from Nathaniel Fado McGill. He put this on the floor tonight. He said a full breakdown of the program, including how funds have been allocated and distributed, the total number of farmers or beneficiaries who have received loans under these initiative. He got 4 different kinds. Very interesting. And you know what? We have the document. Finally, I respectfully urge the Senate to take swift action in inviting the Minister of Agriculture, Alexander Nduta. We have to talk to Alexander Nduta on this one because by then he was working as a consultant to Jenny Cooper, the former Minister Jenny Cooper of Agriculture. Provide this necessary update, reinforcing our commitment to transparency, accountability, and a continuous support for our small farmers. Senator Nathaniel Fado McGill. Not because it's from Senator McGill. Hearing this breaking news, Honorable Akaris was great. Amara Conan, 250,000 during the election year. Besonga family, 75,000 during the election year. Then you ask, how did they win the election? They were given free money, World Bank money. They received World Bank money, and they ran for election. And I want to ask, from folks from World Bank, maybe they can address this. Did they break the law? Did they really break the law? They received World Bank money. Americana received 250,000 of World Bank money. And he used the money and he ran for election. Now, he got to explain whether that the money he used or he used the $7 million that were in the bank. But if you say you have $7 million in the bank, but you're using the World Bank, what couldn't you give the World Bank 250 to small farmers? I mean, the World Bank people need to explain. What's going on here, my people? I thought we were talking to the Holy Father Americone. I mean, everybody know about Besson got family, passport guy. So, I mean, okay, we can question him. 325,000 United States dollars between 2 senators, Besson got family and Americone. And you want to let it go? We have to investigate and dig deeper. The Honorable Akaris Mosigray talk to me.
Yeah, man. It's good that Maggie wrote this letter because it shows that our administration would not have pampered anything. And it's good today he's writing this letter because I've heard people say that former government official or that president, we are distributing. No, it doesn't work like that. It's not possible. With the World Bank, with the Ministry of Agriculture, and all of those entities on the macro loan issue, it doesn't work. I can recall vividly, I think your station was there, your radio station, but then I granted an interview questioning Agriculture Ministry on the same issue of the small farm or the macro loan, because I received some concerns and some complaints that some of the people were saying, look, it didn't reach to them. I'm talking about rare small farmers. I'm not talking about plantation owners. It's not what I'm talking about. So I was concerned, like you said, coincidentally coincided with the time everyone, the legislature was very busy. People were very busy, the committee on agriculture. I could not come up with some reports and all of those things, but we were concerned about that. And I'm excited, whether this money was given in physical cash, or whether they were given equipment, we got to be able to authenticate that. But whether physical cash was given or equipments were being given and a percentage given in physical cash, these are concerns. But before
real quick, if you read the document, sorry to interrupt you, but some guy family said they paid for some material at a store and he went to pick up this material, but it was in the amount of 75,000. That was Western guy. The guy didn't discuss it. It's all over. I mean, so talk to me.
Yeah, what I heard is that usually they will provide the quantity, the amount of money in materials. That's what I heard. So, but be it the issue. I think the issue we all are concerned about, is the issue of whether the money was used for internal purpose. I'm hearing $40 million. Okay, that's what I'm hearing. 40 million. Because the World Bank make a commitment to the country, sometimes all the money can come in.
No, after judgment, it's over 200 million on a
the commitment is over 200 million. It's true. But the percentage in that content, I'm getting 40 million. That's what I'm hearing. Okay, that was given. So I do agree with you 100%. I don't shy away from that. Okay, I even have that interview. I was very clear that whether this funding is intended, because millions of dollars are passed through the Ministry of Agriculture, not just unique to the CDC-led administration or the Unity Party-led administration. Well, yes, some of the money that passed through the Ministry of Agriculture for agriculture program, agriculture projects. My belief is, where people just call their friends and whatsoever and other people, that have farmers, some rubber people and all of those things, and they give this money to them, whether they go through a vetting process or not, they know how to do it better than you think. Okay? So yes, I think, especially when you're in certain portfolio, in certain position today, okay, like you talked about, Besson Alfine, I guess, and explain better for himself, Amarakon, and they need to come and explain to the general public how did they use this money. Okay, the former Minister of Agriculture needs to appear before the committee. There's no way the Minister of Agriculture can run away from appearing before the committee. So do I support an investigation? Yes, I've supported an investigation into this subject matter. It's very important because our small farmers, our people in the various counties who want the equipment, for example, they want their farm, they want to bring their products to Monrovia. I know even the agriculture minister should be involved with rural, okay, expansion, farm to market rules. They should have some programs of such. So maybe that money was beyond just micro loan, but it's $200 million. So they need explanation, and let me commend Minister McGill, former Minister McGill, Minister of State, and now Senator. I want to commend him because this is not a CDC fight or a Unity Party fight. I believe so. For the Liberian people, on behalf of the Liberian people, for the senator. Some people say, oh, that's the wrong messenger. It doesn't matter. Once the senator was elected to flag a particular, I believe the senator is flagging because he's ready for Mangibi County, for example.
Thank you very much, Representative Gray. Thank you very much, my friend. Let me bring in Fandela Patrick. I will bring Clay. Sorry, I shouldn't even Gonglo. All right, tell him Gonglo, brother. I won't bring it in because he applied for this loan after my brother VP. We'll bring in. I don't want to mess the man's name, but let me just call him Clay too. Then he will correct me later. Fandela Patrick, talk to us. Let's hear you. What will bring in Clay too?
His name is Kelebwe.
You can't even pronounce it too. So
no, you can keep going. It's Kelebu Gonglo.
Okay. Fandela, talk to us real quick.
So CEO, I'd like to start by commending the Senator of Magibi, but unfortunately, and with due respect, it's not the right messenger. In his communication, he mentioned that in the past, $40 million was dispersed. You see, the problem we have here is we don't blame ourselves where we stumble, we blame ourselves where we fall. If anybody should be talking about bringing people to investigate them, we have investigated so much in this country. Former President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, we have so many investigations, nothing has been done. And we will not come here, we just talk and nothing comes out of it. What I would have expected the CDC to have done is to use data. Unfortunately, it's not only associated to the CDC government, previous governments, including this one. The people do not use data for public decision making. If you use data, you will know exactly where to invest. Like Paul Kennedy mentioned, that some people, they have farms that worth over $1 million. So they have gone beyond the stage of being small farmers. One mechanism that was put into place for these people to receive the loan or maybe support from the government of Liberia with support, from the World Bank. Requesting of the current Minister of Agriculture, he's only going to speak on issue, maybe the short term event in office, maybe 2024. But bulk of the money was disbursed in the past. I think it would be prudent for a comprehensive audit. And this is where audit, going to the Senate, they don't prosecute. They will only listen, maybe to justify they're doing their work. Somebody is doing this. The best form of governance, we want to know how much was disbursed, who received the money, whether this money was directly given to people who really apply. By this time, I'm encouraging the government. $200 million. It's not a small money. In order to win the trust of the World Bank, you can commission an audit, immediate audit. And whoever that is phone culpable, and this has been my advocacy from day one, I want to see a corruption code exclusively for the prosecution or fast tracking of corruption cases in this country. Yes, it's true. From 2018 to now, and we're talking about small farmer where people are still dying of hunger here. You know, people still dying of hunger. Some of the places when you visit, you don't even see Bila Bogari. So how the money was disbursed? For me, I'm not interested into Senate probing the current Minister of Agriculture. He will only come and tell you, I took over from this time to this time. I cannot speak about what happened in the past. So that means if the former Minister of Agriculture is not invited, we are doomed. So I will encourage a comprehensive audit to regain the trust of the World Bank to give us money. Other than that, this is going to be a fiasco.
The program closed November 2024. So Alexander Luther came in, and there was a finishing up to this money. He can speak to what he got himself into, right? And we'll reach out to Alexander Luther. So you're right. Can we go back to Janet Cooper? But they can call her though. Yombly already got the list. Yombly got the list. Let me remind everybody before we bring in my brother Clay Boo. Somebody sent me the right way to pronounce it. They gave Clay Boo. So I say Clay Boo to know. Before I bring in Clay Boo, let me say this to you, VP. It's really important for us to understand that when Amaral was studying, everybody said, lower your expectation. They may have 250,000 in your pocket.
No, let me just say that.
Let me finish. I beg you, VP. Hey, VP, go ahead. I give you 10 seconds quick. I got to go to Claybook. Go ahead.
I mean, it was on one side, and I want to be very clear here. I know some lawmakers who are very good farmers. But what I want us to do clearly, and for us to emphasize, the current senators prior, I don't know when they received the money. Is it 2018? Is it 2024?
Who are you talking about? Who are you talking about? Who?
Both of them. The two senators.
August of 2023.
VP.
Why will you give money election time to Kennedy?
No, VP. Okay, so let's move on, VP. Uncle Sam read a message to you. August 2023, you received the money. Basson Gafede received the money in 2023, election year, and other World Bank and Donald Trump and Elon Musk now got to investigate as to why these people receiving money to run for election, because people are putting documents together to question World Bank distribution of this fund. When Americana was saying to everybody, lower your expectation, he was pocketing 250,000 United States dollars. But he was telling Mount Wata, lower your expectation. He was telling Pape Flobo that was going in the fund with his cutlass, lower your expectation. He was telling the university student that had no chairs and nothing, no electricity, lower your expectation. And Americana and Besonga family, they were taking 325,000 United States dollars. Seriously? No. I gotta bring my brother Claybook. We have the document. We will go deeper in the document. I'm announcing that Yombi Kanga Lawrence, the project, have the list, and she also released the list. We released the list. Some people named on that list that said they got farm, they receive plenty of money. We know them. So BB people. So BB people.
I mean, I get on the farm too. Why don't you give me some?
Copy of the list. If listen. If for any reason, right? There you go, Martin Cody not wrong with it already. Yeah, I sent it to Martin Cody. I sent the list to him. I'm sending it to everybody. I will put it, it will be on the Spoon page. You telling me, Omekwe, in Bon County, the senator are receiving money, the lawmakers receiving money, Lofa County, Babalu County, Grand Bassa. You say you lower your expectation, yeah, but you're collecting 250 and putting in your pocket. Isn't that wickedness? Kelebu, I beg you, my brother. I'll call you Mr. Gonglo. Talk to us, please. What brought you in today? Because you filed for this same loan. So talk to us.
Yeah, thank you. This is my first video appearance on Spoon. I'd like to thank you for the permission to just share my experience with the audience and with the public. You know, like I said to you, I'm one of those that applied for that loan. I have a farmers corporation called Kolake Farmers. Kolake Farmers, Kolake Himalami will do it. So we have, I'm a pig farmer, and I've been struggling to have this farm grow and grow big. In fact, my major goal for getting into animal husbandry is to be the largest pig farmer in Liberia. So I set the goal that in 5 years, I should have not less than 2,000 pigs on my farm. I went out here and acquired 16 acres of land in the Mount Barkley area, just less than 20 minutes driving distance from the height of the market in Pinsway. So I did all of the market survey and saw that, hey, because I used to go to the cold storage and saw that imported meat was very unhealthy for consumers. They are importing basically chemicals into the country and feeding the people with it. I said, well, if the government fund this, we can put healthy meat on the market. I was working in Liberia at the time. In 2018, I started. By 2023, and anyone who knows about pig farming, pig eat a lot.
So let's get to the point. I beg you not to cut you off. Let's get to the loan.
Yeah, I know you don't have time. So I actually applied for this grant, and there are stages. And just to educate the public a little bit, we can't put the blame on World Bank per se. It is really the Ministry of Agriculture. They got the project office, I think, PRU or project implementation unit or something like that. They got a hub of different projects on agriculture. They're in our building. So the World Bank support the project is one of them, right? So World Bank has oversight, but that's all Liberians working there. So there are different groups, Deloitte and Touche based in Ghana. They do the financial, the due diligence, and all of it. I went through all these stages.
Well, did you get the grant?
I didn't get a grant, but yeah, it's
wow.
Because I don't have the I'm not a politically connected person.
That's one
reason. Because I made the application, and in fact, when Deloitte and Touche came for the validation on my farm, and our grant application was, I think, about 120,000. Deloitte and Touche said, no, with the kind of establishment you have, you need to put $50,000 more. We need to build a bigger pig grade for you because of the goal you have. And we've made some investment. I sent my farm manager to Abuja. He studied how to produce. And
you didn't get the money. You didn't get the grant. Why?
Because I just say I'm not politically connected. Because
so what reason you know that you didn't get a grant?
At the only stage I with me on a government change hand was they call it themselves investment committee. They're supposed to give you the award. That's the stage I was. But I went through everything.
So 2023.
Up Up to this point, I'm still with you.
So 2023, Janet Cooper was agriculture minister.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Who signed on the final grant? Who issued the final grant?
Well, the structure of the project is such that the final award is made by the Minister of Finance. The minister, they got a committee, a government committee, right? It's chaired by the Minister of Finance.
So the final award is made by the Minister of Finance.
Yeah, it's a committee.
I agree. I just won't cut to the chase because of what Honorable Akariswe said. When I said it was the George Bannerware government that was distributing money to all the folks that were to support George Bannerware, including Amara Cornet, he said no. But Samuel Twelve signed on it, right?
This is open. Look at the
it's open. And I got the document, and we'll share the document. You have your time to talk. I'm begging you.
The structure of the project is clear.
How do you feel that Amara Cornet having $7 million farm? It was awarded $250,000 United States dollars, and you were denied. How do you feel?
Well, this is a news for me, but you see, what I would say, here's what I would say, Stanton. Amara, publicly, he's a farmer, and I don't know all of the details and the requirements for who should qualify, but it is intended for farmers. I don't know what was the government objective.
Is it intended for small farmer?
Small farmers, not just farmers.
The document. Was it intended for small farmers?
Smallholder farmers.
I would rationalize that way. Because
does America look like he's a smallholder farmer? Operating a $7 million farm?
No, I don't think so.
Thank you very much, my brother Conglo. It's always good having you.
Can I ask a quick question, please, Stanton?
Because they're not politically connected. That's all I can say. Up to this point, I'm still waiting for the Ministry of Agriculture. We are still behind them. Our application was at the final stage. We need it because my intention is to produce animal feed.
Mr. Banglo, thank you. Uncle Sam, do you have a question before we move on?
Yeah, so basically, we need some clarity here, and I need to see something in print on what the criteria were. Did they use language like small farmer? What exactly did they say? Mr. Gonglo, did your loan application or grant application say small farmer on it?
No, they have two different projects. The one I applied for is open, no limit to it. Like to say small or big. There's no. They just say agriculture grant for farmers, right?
Okay.
So they have those in tree crops, then they have those in food like cassava production, rice, and different stuff. They give some people machines depending on what you want. I'm going
to share Amara Cornet grant document with you in the chat room. Okay. We'll share that, right? I want us to pause because it's 7:28. Of course, it's 11:28 in Liberia. Kelebo Gonglo document also, we have that, right? People are sharing this document because you sent it to the Minister of Agriculture. You sent it in, all right? So we have to share this document. Uncle Sam, 2023, election year. We'll leave it like that while we move on. My brother Gonglo, thank you very much. It's good having you. There's a reason why people refusing to declare their assets. Lawmakers refusing to declare their assets. There's a reason why. Because if they declare their assets, you would know exactly what is in it. There's a reason why these people that are up there refusing to declare their assets. I can tell you, big people. I'm going to stop to the level, say big. They're hanging this thing. They took the money. People are going to farm every day using collars and hoe and deco with the red hand. They have no access to the money. Kerebu Gonglo, no, we can't give it to you. We give it to only the politicians. I will call names tomorrow, it will hit you, and it will hit you so hard. You know, we got to do this for Liberia. Americans need to come out and speak to this issue. Besson Gafele need to come and speak to this issue. The World Bank gave them money to run for the election. That's the question people are asking. In 2023, what did Americans do with a farm? Americans are basically running for the election. The World Bank gave them money to run to become. Listen, folks, the people need to ask them this question. You took World Bank money to make yourself senators. You took USAID money to make yourself senators and representative. We couldn't even get to Don Fadiga, whether he's going to Paris or not. I'm not going to waste our time on it. Let's close the show. If Fadiga go to Paris, fine. If not, I think it's a good way to end the show. Let's open the forum, guys. We still got 15 minutes to go. Bear with us, and then we'll do our closing. Tomorrow we'll get more into this story, my fellow Liberians. Yekezi, can you come on, please? My fellow Liberians, we want to hear from you. Leave the Yula story alone. Let's talk about your lawmaker receiving plenty of money. Why did the poor Liberian people suffer? Well, you can put it on rescue alone because this was done by, George Manawia.
You know, made me laugh, Sado. So we money and give it to Amara Kone to run campaign against it.
Well,
that ain't investigated. I want to investigate it.
Yeah, but Yagasi, can you come on? I mean, our government of CDC failed us 2024 up to November 24th. The government, again, we're going to see the list.
Up to 2024.
Yeah, 2024 November. My heart is beating, my mouth is burning. I won't call some people.
Even up to this administration, so that I investigate the people is very important.
Yekazi Zogwe, can you come on, please?
Let us put the list up.
Let's say call your name and where you joining us from.
Yeah.
Calling from Maryland.
Godfrey, talk to us, my friend.
Mr. Waterspoon, we thank you for making minimal effort. I'm asking some of your panelists when it comes to issue of corruption, they don't come. Where is Abdullah Mohammed? Because Amar Kone is involved, so he's not on the show. Because you knew that Amar Kone was going to be that, so he's not on the show. Secondly, every time you promise that you're going to put a listing up, you don't put it up. That listing should not go on the carpet tomorrow. We don't want you to bring that listing because we love you. You say you're going to bring it tomorrow, we want to see that listing. Your talk show host, your credible newspaper do not have information. As they come fresh, put it fresh because every day there's new information coming.
So we will share with you those information that we can promise you, okay? Thank you very much. Again, can somebody call Nelson from the studio? I mean Yekezi Zogwe. Let's call and see. Maybe my God. Guys, I will not pick up your call. We gotta call Yekezi Zogwe. The people want to hear from him. Thank you, Yagasi. Thank you very much. Your name and where you joining us from? Your name and where are you joining us from?
The name is Jared Dobie. I'm calling from Springfield, Mass.
Jared, talk to us now. What's going on with Amara Kone? Basanga family, they're taking the people money.
You see the problem in Africa. We want to be a side in Liberia, we let it class system. One of the key things that suffer in LRB. Some of them men, when they get money, they will just divide it among themselves and just leave the common people. And the common people, these are the same people, end of the day, they vote the people, and end of the day, they start regretting. So we have our own self problem in Liberia. They rather say, hey, look at Ghana, they're not matching the people play. Look at America, they're not matching. That's the system. Everybody go by the system. If you go to Walmart or shopping, everybody in the queue. They say, oh, the honor roll, no honor roll in here. It is left to take everybody's side. You violate the top of that land, you should expect a letter in your mailbox. But in Liberia, everybody just calculating something with the class system will not take on nowhere.
Jerry W, thank you. Thank you, Jerry. Folks, can we put the number up? I beg you, Yekezi. Let's take more calls on this Amara Kone issue. This is concerning. This is big. Basanga family, all the people then that get names coming up. Your name and where are you joining us from?
My name is Sue.
Mamusu, man, come on, talk to me.
Look, I am really disappointed, especially hearing that Amara Kone took money as a small farmer. When he clearly stated that his farm worth millions. Why will you be so wicked to your own people? But I still trust God that God is going to raise people to save our country. Because the Liberian people are too wicked to themselves.
Don't cry, Mama. Don't cry. Go there. Don't cry. Let's keep strong, please. Take a break. I beg you.
Wicked in that country. Really wicked. And he's not alone. There are many they are doing that to our people.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Take heart. Your name and where you joining us from, please.
CEO, Excellency, you know, Excellency, CEO, this thing is so sorrowful. This guy, this hypocrite, this American guy, it's not the same guy that running around here demonizing Joe Biden. Oh, Joe Biden government was has failed. Year one was a complete failure. Is that the same man that demonized that government yet? That's the same man that taking the money? This kind of hypocrite got to stop. We call on the president to establish a committee to bring the people to justice, so we investigate that and make sure that the Liberian people money for small farmers. As a candidate, don't forget, see, I always call this show. I was a candidate in the last election. Poor candidate, my sister that over there. He passed by my district every day. I went to Babylon. He myself was struggling to raise money to run campaign. These people were running over there every day and taking the country money for the personal use while we were sitting over there struggling. This is not right. This man is a hypocrite and will stand ready to challenge it. We'll be waiting for the investigation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, my friend. Thank you. Your name and where you joining us from?
How you doing, Mr. Waterspoon?
Super, thank God. What say you about this 250 Americans, 75,000, Western got fairly more? We're going to call more names tomorrow. Talk to me. What say you?
Thank you, CEO. I'm Thomas William calling from Bristol, Minnesota. CEO, thank you for the work you do, and thanks to all the panelists. But CEO, I don't think your work and our work will make a great impact in Liberia if Liberians refuse to stand up for themselves. You cannot wait for Americans in America is eating and burger to organize a peaceful saving for you that will democratically break a government down. Every Liberian people stand up and set that precedent. You protest for 1 month and you international community intervene to tell the government your people lost confidence in you, you have to calm down. Any government that coming after will have fear for the Liberian people. You have people at Bandera Market, they go to protest after 2 minutes, they say they're going to regroup as soon as they see how I got Trump, the country will not go anywhere. The country need to work. The Liberian people have to stand up and stand up to corrupt government and make sure you bring a government down through a peaceful setting. Even when they will shoot bombs, you have to be consistent and make sure international community prevail on these corrupt people to step down.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any government coming after will learn from the people and will respect the Liberian people. Thank you very much.
Thank you too. Thank you very much. We're gonna make progress here. We'll make progress. Your name and where you joining us from?
Hey, Stanton, my name is Helena Cry, and I call from Drexel Hill, Pennsylvania.
My Helena, you say you're going to join the show. We'll see you yet, but talk to us, Mama.
Yeah, so I'm so surprised that Mommy is not today in studio. All Mommy does is trailblazing. Look at yesterday, what they were discussing, the guy from the port. Just because you're Mandingo man, you see Mommy stretching her neck, you see her vein on her forehead. Today he's not on the show because another Mandingo man, Amara Kone. We thought Mama or somebody who was going to be vouching for Liberian people, but I see too much trailblazing in him. If you look at the majority black and the minority black, because for FTI Kofa helped to remove Kambina Janet, so he sided with the majority black because they did it to a Mandingo man. Everything we're doing now is on camera. Everything the day before, we the Liberian people were not involved. Today we see it and we're going to stand for the truth. So that mommy, he has to come here and participate in this show. Everything the day before was bad. It was way before then. But now we are all involved into this Liberian politics and we say the truth and nothing but the truth.
So help us, oh God. Thank you very much, man. Your name and where you joining us from?
Hey, joining you from Seattle, man. This is Tima.
Talk to me, man.
Second, man, thanks for the good job, man. Thanks, my brother. History will remember you.
Amen.
But, only pointing out this guy you call VP on your show there. few years ago when you were in the United States, I could see all the veins stretching. So we are
I beg you.
So we are going to change. So we are with big cough. Why is saying about this other government with a massive corruption going on?
Thank you very much. All right, we got to protect ourselves here. Just discuss the issue, please. We're going to go to Monrovia, Liberia. We're going to go to Liberia, the all 15 counties to take course. Talk to me, Yekazi.
Okay, the numbers are 0-555-101075, 0-555-101075. Let's talk to this person.
Hello?
Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, this is Benjamin Goodman from Duboro.
Okay, let's hear you out.
Yeah, CEO Waterstone. Start on. I just want to say, let God bless you, Papa. When we say Liberia will be better, Liberia will be better, this is one of the foundation. I thank God so much for this your station. And this station, it will Latin. It will inform the Liberian people, not only today, but forever and ever. And every wickedness that our leaders are doing, they will be exposed through this station.
Thank you.
Let God give you long life.
Thank you very much. Let's go to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, hello.
Hello.
Yeah, my name is Francis Bani. I join you for rural resident.
Okay, let's hear you, Francis.
Yeah, thank you very much for the topic honor discussion. Yesterday, 2023, Amara Conan was acting like he was internet giant where we're hijacking all the election material only to come out and tell us that, oh, you lower your expectation. Where in the agriculture ministry, they went there, they took money from there. Now do anything for the Liberian people to see, please. So ready, we are ready urging the agriculture ministry to be an audit so that we Liberians too can benefit from this. It shouldn't be an individual to just sit down and enjoy Liberian immunities.
Thank you.
We are urging the agriculture ministry please to conduct an investigation on this.
Thank you. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Let's hear you out. Your name and where you join us from?
My name is calling from Johnsonville.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, I want to say those people, they are not in our interest. They only came to power to continue to suppress us. For me, now I'm a motorcyclist. Just imagine what happened while they took off in the street. At that time, my dad got missing in that process. I have to take another $200,000 Liberian loan to another bag to get back on my feet. Now they make the whole place check for us to the extent that if I go hustle a day to make 2,000 is not easy. But if you start taking that money to enrich themselves instead of us saying they say, oh, back down, go back down, wanted to kill our job, they will not do it. But they just took that money to enrich themselves and continue to suppress us.
Thank you. Thanks for calling. Let's talk to another person. Hello.
Hello.
Your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Rogers Machada calling from the community this night.
Roger, go ahead.
You know, the wounds you guys are inflicted on us here, it continues to make our life to be deteriorated. Because why would you be going to an election, then international community that come to help poor people like you go and take such as you sum of money? I mean, it's very happening. I think you are aware of American. This is the budget shuffle, man. When he got ready to rig this country, he started talking every year it was a budget shuffle. So what we want to do is these people then be prosecuted. Because when we talk about Liberia should be self-sufficient in food production, it is only the small farm will be able to do it. You told us that your farm worth $7 million. What gain you going to look for? So I mean, Liberian, we will not help ourselves. Why every day we cite Ghana, Africa, Rwanda as an example? It was not about magic. It was because people were very committed. They were patriotic, to their own country. So I just want to say thank you, Stanton. Raise a bar high, call what people need, let them be brought to book, and when we see them, we'll go at them. Thank you very much for affording me the opportunity.
All right, come. Let's talk to another person. Hello. 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 Okay, let's talk to another person. Your name and where you join us from? Hello, are you there?
Yeah. Hello.
Your name and where you join us from, please.
Mohammed Kroma.
Mohammed, please go ahead.
Yeah, from Jakarta. Listen, all the story you guys are saying here, especially to start on, I want you to listen to me very carefully. If you give me the time, you guys are wasting your time. What I'm sorry to use the word, everyday investigation on story, every blessing the story on Liberia. The fact of the matter here is this: if you incorporate criminal around you being a leader, you don't have the power. It be the same thing as Zimbabwe, where I stay. Robert Mugabe had the same thing. So you're controlling few elements within the government, putting all the cash, and they say, oh man, Sunday we do, they don't mind the people. So we are going nowhere. Honestly, what are we doing for the future of our children here? Nothing. Everybody sit on that panel there talking the story. You get small thing you talk. Since last year I came, the whole story on Liberia. Guys, you have to be serious. If you love the country, number more, you do action. Look around your neighboring country, Ivory Coast, Ghana, Burkina Faso. So we seem to know, but we know nothing. I'm sorry to use that word. Thank you very much.
Thank you for calling. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Let's take 2 more calls, please.
Okay. Hello? Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello?
Hello, let's hear you.
Hello? Yeah, this is Eddie. I'm calling for Car Patrick.
Maybe go ahead.
You see, I don't know. They made me always from my early region up to first thing. What can I even be and say? They say I'm a corner man. Some people they are not decent, man. I'm so frustrated about it. I'm a corner man. What always me always in the kind of thing? Yeah, these are people that try that trying that they're so clean. Don't come with everything more come with clean. I'm a corner. What can I even be at you?
Thank you. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
My name is from Chiato.
Let's hear you.
Yeah, you see, Chinche, we have Chinche in Labroya, we enjoying it. Because we get 2 speakers in Labroya now. So the Chinche, we enjoying it. 2 speakers, we enjoying 2 speakers in Labroya now. All our country now get 2 speakers, we get 2 speakers in Labroya, we enjoying. So God, thank you.
On that note, we're gonna end with the callers. I love what he said. I want to say, folks, you really got to join us tomorrow. We're gonna come big on this story. We're getting names. Names is on the list, folks. Ask your own man Flomo that get a cassava farm, whether they're getting faster or the money. Whether a small farmer, whether a big farmer, you take $250,000 and say the people might lower their expectation. But your expectation was $250,000 high. You took $75,000 and US, and you say the people that you use the money to run your election. We got to do something. Mama Musu is crying on the phone. She's crying. What's the reason why she cried?
That was sad.
Because they lied to her. There's a reason why Mama Musu are crying. Because our leaders are disappointing us every day. The past, the present. There's a reason why Uncle Samson said Man Wata. Because Man Wata will not make it. Man Wata will be passing. Americana will take $250,000 and show the gallon of oil he about to export and make money. And the money will go to himself. Man Wata children will wash Americana children clothes and take his poo-poo, their poo-poo chimbo to Wese. Year in and year out. My Wata grandbaby, she served Americana, she served Besonga family. Her daughter served, the daughter husband served, their son was served as a domestic slave. And guess what happened? The grandchildren will also serve as a domestic slave. because he got a plantation. He can sign up for World Bank money. It's bad for our country. They crying style. I hear my Muslim crying, but no. Ain't style yet. Ain't even close yet. We still got 4 more years to go. My Muslim, I gave you paper towel. My Muslim, I gave you the whole roll. Take it home and wipe your tears. The crying style yet. Something begot something and nothing begot nothing. I appreciate Uncle Sam. I appreciate Dr. Richardson, Paul Kennedy, Honorable Gray, Ed Remy Gray, Fidel Patrick, and everybody that come and contribute to the show. We ain't giving nobody facet. Not Drasen, Kappa, Glenn Lee, every one of them, Abula Mame, not 1 cent. But every day we just spend 3 hours, 49 minutes on the show. Before everybody finish talking, we'll pass 4 hours. Giving you the information. Before I get to Uncle Sam can be tired. So Uncle Sam, you come and say, hey, my son, I'm tired. I said, Uncle Sam, you got to come. Because save our state, though. Because strengthen us. Because bless us. Because help us. Because, I would not say, but join us tomorrow on the World Bank story. Some name will hit you so hard. So names from 2018, imagine to 2024. Join us tomorrow. You get the best of the story. We'll talk about Fadiga's story tomorrow, don't forget. And I believe I can announce that. I don't know whether it is true. I just say the people call Fadiga and he's not going to France. They cancel that. Fadiga will speak to it. Fadiga brought a story. He and the AFS soldier. The AFS soldier will get a recording. When he was giving his statement, right? In the community, people saying he was drunk. We get a recording, right? We'll play that recording when he was giving his statement. We'll get his recording. And we're going to talk about more suspension coming. We'll share the letter with you again. And a lot of stuff. We'll get this other news I want to keep to tomorrow because if I say it, then somebody will run with it. So let me keep it to tomorrow. Don't forget, join us, especially on the World Bank story. New names will be coming up and will hit you so hard. It's not only American. The boss are back. Big Ball 1 and Big Ball 2. May God bless you and keep you. We're going to start with Uncle Sam because he's in Liberia. Fidel Patrick will come next, and we that oversee will do our closing. Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
Honorable Paul is in Liberia too.
I got great in France.
No, in France. Now, Fadiga in France.
So while on the show, one of my generators, it just, I don't know, it must be the AVR now. Thank God I bought 2 5 kVA and stand by, and thank God that God blessed me to do it. But I wonder about the people in the back of me. And one of these days, I will take this camera for you to go see Yakutan, where I live. You don't know Yakutan, but I call it Gay Town because that's what I want you to know. Mud houses, zinc houses, and extreme poverty. The LEC light comes on and the big ball comes on. Right? It was on for most of the day, but it's gone off. It's all dark. And imagine sleeping in the heat with a mosquito in a place where it's a swamp. I'm saying this all my Liberian people to say that we have to have empathy. Not empathy, because the people own the resources. These are the people, the 5 million people who own the resources. And the government people are the custodians to hold it for the benefit of these people. All around here, I grew up in this area. Their grandchildren are not living in the same conditions. And for those who got lucky that went on resettlement or one DV, they are out. But these people are still living like their grandparents. No change in their lives. Those are the people that I want us to get connected to. And of course, my detractor will say, oh, Joe, we were there, anyone else. But if we, the people, do not demand, we will always have the conditions that we are in today. Nobody asking for revolution, but we're asking for the people to be aware and demand on this issue of this 40 or so, how many 100 million. What is the monitoring mechanism that is in place, Paul, to ensure that this money was spent as per the project document? And as per, because there have to be some socio-economic achievement connected with those farms. The World Bank doesn't just spend money because they spend money. It is based upon a project document that says if you spend this amount of money, this will be the income, the number of jobs that will be created, there will be health outcomes, there will be educational outcomes, and there will be other social economic outcomes. So I'm calling for an investigation. But will there be an investigation? I doubt it. Because the names that I have been told that are part of this, it will rock the very foundation of this country. So what do? We do nothing. We do nothing, absolutely nothing. And guess what? Monday, Stanton and us will be on a totally different story. This World Bank money will have been forgotten completely. Like everything else, the yellow machine, the public works projects, or the Necotech, the CTN, the MedTech. So it reaches to a point now, to God in heaven, somebody just say, Sam Jackson, just leave the people thing alone. Just enjoy the rest of your life. The few more days that God gave you, just enjoy it. But we come here and we try to do the best. And all we do, we just put our blood pressure up because we don't get no result. Dr. Richardson, we don't get no results. We get no results. We don't see people go to jail. We don't see people be accountable. We don't see the president and other people to express righteous indignation against what is happening in this country. They do it for generations, for 178 years, and we live in this abject poverty. On that note, God bless you all. The people of Yakutan, I hope you all sleep well tonight. I beg God to help you. I hope LEC comes tonight so you can have some sort of a modicum of decency as you prepare tomorrow for your daily chores. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Uncle Sam, thank you very much, my pop. It's always good having you. Vendetta Patrick, you go ahead, my friend.
Yes, CEO, as I was listening, I quickly got reminded about the appalling living condition of the people, specifically these local farmers that I personally interacted with in 2022, 2023, and sometime 2016 in Magibi, Bon County, specifically the Panta District and Kokoya. And hearing about some $40 million up to $200 million being given to our people to support local farmers, many of whom did not receive, is disheartening. But should we question the system? I say yes. I will be very happy, CEO, if we could establish contact with the World Bank office in Liberia to clearly tell us how successful this process was, and perhaps names of beneficiaries, because they have not spoken on this matter. It took few Liberians to speak out, and they are here, they give the money. So the question is, why should we be crying more than the bereaved? They give the money, they have no problem. So they are sitting quietly. I don't want to assume that the World Bank is corrupt, but man by nature is corrupt. So they should be telling all in clear terms, because they profess to be integrity-driven institution and to bring some 200 million in this country, and we can't see any impact. We must question them. Questioning them does not mean that they don't have integrity, but they should explain to us. The same goes to the former regime, specifically the Minister of Agriculture. You see, but let me close on this. We have built a system that is nurtured and fertilized by who knows you syndrome. I see many of our criticizing, oh, the people get it, other thing, they're not supposed to get it. Most of you today, and you're listening, most of the jobs you had, who know you, the same system apply everywhere. When they talk about international scholarships or people who go there, the very people who are criticizing the system today, they're not supposed to receive. They will call one or two ministers and say, please carry my son. When it comes to appointment in government, that's the same, there's no merit base. So all of us are guilty of what is happening. Not because few persons are involved. And I can say this without fear, 90% of people, both in the public and private sector, before you excel or get a job, you must be politically connected. Our base on fraternal party line, you must be a battle crier. That's it. You listen to Mr. Gongro, the little brother of Gongro, I don't know the big or small. He said he never had people connected, even though he had a fly. So why do we come here? We pretend like we don't know that this is the system that we have laid back. We all benefit. You arrest any car today, somebody will take phone and call somebody at the Liberia National Police Headquarters. Now who know you connection? And that car will be released in seconds. You get to our area, want to inspect your bed, they call 1 or 2, 3 immigration officers. They let you pass. This is the system that we have built. And when the system comes to bite, then we begin to look at few person, hey, from the top to the bottom, we are all beneficiary of this system. How will then be witching this system say is affecting us negatively? Let us start this voting based on storming infrastructure to put people in power that will transition this country from economic bondage to economic prosperity. On that note, let me say a happy birthday to my dear friend and brother Maurice Bani, a very good listener of the show, who currently resides in Arizona. I want to say, my dear brother, happy birthday, and God bless you. It's a pleasant show tonight, and I want to say thank you to all of you. Thank you, CEO, always for affording me the time, but sometimes you carry me for safekeeping. I hope moving forward, you not carry me for safekeeping. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vandela Rick Group Patrick. Thank you very much, my friend. Honorable Gray.
Asma, you know why? It's good that they investigate this matter. And I believe there's a reason for which Senator McGray wrote the communication. You know, there are 2 projects at the Ministry of Agriculture. The Star P is headed by one Steve Marvey. Probably you don't know him. Maybe Sam Jackson know him better. The Retrap project is headed by Tony Jekyll. Tomorrow we'll discuss more on the issue of those projects and the World Bank programs. There's no way that when you call some names, some people will second guess why some people got the loans. But let me repeat. The Retrap project is headed by Tony Jekyll, and the Star P project is headed by Steve Marvey. Many people out there understand what we're trying to say. Tomorrow, we will say more. Okay, it runs into the current administration. Now, money are restricted for a particular administration, but it runs into the current administration. We want the full listing. It's very important because it will be foolhardy for anybody to argue that, with all due respect to Senator Amara Conner, and my argument is not whether he qualified or not, for a CDC to knowingly give him money to campaign against the CDC. But let's see who had these projects. It's very important. I think Paul getting the clue. It's very important. Whether that seditious were here in the project, or whether that unity partisan, or whether that proteges or Amaral Conner that he brought and helped to send to school through the Ministry of Finance, etc. Tomorrow, we'll open the Pandora box.
You don't want to get into our conversation for more.
I said tomorrow we'll open the Pandora box, Chief.
You are giving too many clues now, please.
In conclusion, I want to use this occasion again You know, the month of March is a big month for me. I just entangle into all my family members. Today is the birthday of Augustina Gray, very energetic and courageous young lady. And I want to wish her a pleasant, happy birthday, and many more years to come, and the blessing of God upon her life. Thank you very much to my Spoon family, Dr. Richardson, Paul Kennedy, Connor Gray, Samuel Jackson. Tomorrow the Pandora box shall be open. Let us wait and hope our people remain tuned into Spoon, because Spoon will break many pieces, provide many pieces of information tomorrow. Good night. I want to rest. Thank you, Stanton. You are not accused.
I thought you were hanging around to hear from Dr. Richardson. Then Ed Remy Gray will take us home.
I'm sorry that I have to leave.
Okay.
Please.
Thank you very much.
So we're not on the issues that are.
I'm sorry, Paul. I'm sorry. Then we'll listen to you, Dr. Richardson.
Yes, I want to agree with many Liberians who tend to believe that we have a systemic problem. We have bad leadership. We are corrupt. Okay, I tend to agree with that. However, I want to put a caveat out there. I want us Liberians to hold each other accountable and to take responsibility for changing our country. What we see that is happening today in terms of discussion with the World Bank, it is poor leadership. Poor leadership. And what poor leadership does, it is only interested in self-enrichment. Self-enrichment doesn't have to be financial. It can be power. It can be greed. If you have a good and excellent leader, that person would have said to themselves, I will take the World Bank loan and try to get small farmer holders together in my county, in my district, and let me help them apply for the loan. So when they improve their county or their district, it reflects on the whole county or district or the country at large. But that didn't happen. We see, a leader who was engaged in, self-enrichment. The question is, and many of you have addressed this issue, what's going to happen? We've seen investigations come and go. We've seen anger flare up and flare down. I've been angry. I've been, comforted. What's going to happen is the question. Are we going to ask the questions that these people have undue influence over the process of getting money, getting approved for the loan? Was there any kind of unethical behavior that occurred in this whole process? Was it illegal? For all they know, they could have fixed the application in a way where they can come up clean. They did the right thing. But remember what I said about being a good leader? They could have completed an application form where it would have enhanced the lives of all of those poor small farmer holders in the community as opposed to just one person. Yeah. Some of us, we wake up in the morning, we struggle. I will send wave to Liberia. When the people want this for the farm, you send it. Yeah. Some people who have farm in Liberia, they don't have even the processing equipment for the farm. They're trying. So I don't want to, sit here and discourage small farm holders. Yes, it's hard. It has strong implications when people can take $200 million and just $250,000 because the grant itself was $200 million, but $250,000 and just use it on themselves, or I don't know, they're their family, and yet still leave other people out. Majority of the people out. But that's the kind of leadership we have had for years. For years, they have versus they have nots. We who in the know, you get more education, You in the know, you keep it within your circle. Whereby the rest of Liberia, about 80 to 90%, remain poor. People are drinking water from creek, dirty creek, getting sick. Okay, no lights. People got to go to the walk for miles to the road to have connectivity to be able to call their family members. That's not the kind of Liberia that we imagine. That's not the kind of Liberia that we should live in. On that note, I will say, let the law take its course. If anyone is found guilty, if they are found that they didn't meet the criteria of monitoring evaluation that Uncle Sam say, or if they didn't meet the criteria for getting the loan, then they should be punished for unethical and illegal behavior. That's what I have to say. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Stanley.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. We appreciate it. And Paul Kennedy.
Yeah, thank you, Stanton. People are judging me who have nothing to do with this loan business. That I'm happy because Amara is involved. How can some people be so naive? Nobody wishes evil on their friend. And Amara won the election in Bapolu. So what? He's the senator now serving. He has 9 years. I can't change that. So when we speak to the issues, I don't expect people will be trying to personalize the issues. Dr. Francine, if you look in the chat room, I just put a form of application for that very grant. If you could check on the date of that application, I was denied that grant. I was denied. I have over 10,000 cocoa that I put on my farm, 3 to 5 years, some of them 2 to 3 years, 18 months, some of them 36 months. I've paid every cent on planting that cocoa on my farm from my pocket. I have over 10,000 sockets of pineapple that are growing on my farm, different varieties. I paid my own money to do that. I don't wait to get grant to do it, but I applied for that grant and I was denied. Somebody even told me, well, the grant not yet, blah, blah, blah. And because I'm a person who do things when I can afford, I took my own money and made farm. And not only that, I've made farm for myself, I've helped a lot of farmers in Bapolu. Some of them I gave cocoa seed to. Some of them I gave my own money to buy things that they wanted to plant. I didn't expect a reward for this. Somebody will say, well, you're doing it because you want to be like that. Well, that's that person's business. But at least I did not go to take money under the pretense of making farm and took the money and diverted it myself. And I hope that, nobody prejudges Senator Connor, that he actually find time to respond on this issue when he goes to the right to the right forum, which is the Senate that is asking for justification. He's not answerable to me as a president, but I think he's answerable to the Liberian people. And Vendela is gone, but Vendela said that we shouldn't be asking the question because World Bank money. No, Vendela, the money that comes to Liberia is actually a loan. World Bank doesn't give money to country for free. So the way the money comes, it comes as a loan. And I know it because in the health sector, they will give the money. When the money is used for the internal purpose of the report submitted, then that loan becomes a grant. But the money is for the country. It is not for World Bank because Liberia has a membership to the World Bank. So don't make it look like the money that World Bank just sat down and decided they're going to give money. No. If you ask people from the Ministry of Finance, most of the debts they talk about that has to be paid back are that money that comes, some of it are money that come from the World Bank. If you don't appropriately use it and give reports, then you got to have to pay it back. Liberia has been suffering for a long time because, as I said previously, people who have the opportunity to lead Liberians are the very people who are hijacking all the opportunities that are supposed to filter down to the people who are down in the interior. And I just sent you the highlight. The loan says smallholder farmers. I just put it in the chat room. So if it is smallholder farmers, somebody can please tell me, does a farm that worth $7 million in a country where there's no farm qualifies for a smallholder farmer. I can't count many farms in Liberia that worth $7 million. And most of the people who have farms that worth $7 million are people who are ministers and senators before. I can name them. Nukwe has one of the biggest farms in the country. Senator Connor, Senator Snow, Senator, I can name the people who have farm that is more than $2 million. And I'm talking about United States dollars. These people are all in government. So why leave people like Gonglo, the poor farmer like Gonglo? I'm not talking about myself because I can make my farm. But poor farmer like Gonglo who is struggling, you would think this money will filter down to him to enhance his farming. But no, the same greedy, selfish, self-centered politicians who we give the opportunity to will use the money that comes to benefit the society for themselves and their immediate family. They will not allow anybody else who is not related to them to take that money. That is wrong in our country. Call it what you may. I don't care whether you judge that poor candidate is arguing because he didn't win election. That's your problem. My life is not tied to election, but I will speak to the truth. And the truth is, we cannot take the monies that are belonging to the less fortunate people to use it for us who are privileged and fortunate. That's weakness. Thank you, Stanton. And let me just say, to my friend, man, Kobe. Kobe Wilson. Kobe Wilson is a big brother to me. He had his birthday yesterday. I was not able to stay on the show to, wish him happy birthday. Kobe is a very distinguished gentleman. I want to say happy belated birthday to him.
Thank you very much, Paul Kennedy. Colonel Remy Gray, can you please take us home?
Stanton, agriculture in Liberia has been one of the very contentious sectors of our country. May I so rest in peace, Florence Chenoweth, and my brother Samuel Jackson can relate to that. But Florence Chenoweth was the genesis of the 1979 struggle because of the management of that sector. I was one person, I was so optimistic when Jenny Cooper was appointed by Mr. Weir. I thought something good would have come out of that sector. Disappointingly, and there were reports coming up of corruption and so on. We started that, but for some reason, here on Spoon, but for some reason, it went away. But you could just see the connection. Jenny Cooper, Amar Connie, she takes Amar like a son. And you must know that the former Minister of Finance and Amar Connie, they have special relationship. Remember, Sametua worked with Mr. Connie when he was Minister of Finance. What I'm saying is this is the same rotten system that continued to perpetuate our state. Where the same cronyism, where a group of people just come together and plunder, rip the state. You understand? Walk away without any fear that they will be prosecuted in the future. That's the kind of country we have. So when we see folks, you naming Bezanga family, you can name them. Those guys they all have proximity to Jenny Cooper. So this is just the same scheme the government set, dear Madam Sirleaf, I will repeat myself, where they set up, I think, $1 million plus dollars, and certain governmental officials, they just divvy that money in the name of a micro loan. Look, we have to have a leadership in Liberia that is so serious to end this kinds of lifestyle. If not, we'll continue to lag behind as a country, and we can name all the schemes that have been set up. This is just one small one. Probably there are thousands of schemes out there similarly, where people have just gotten money and just walk away. And they say loan, no, or maybe grant, oh no. They just divvy that money among themselves. And he's so happy that it was during the elections time. But I still believe that something will come out of these all these revelations we're making here. It might not be under President Boakai, because we all have dismissed the idea that he's willing to fight corruption. Maybe he is, but I just don't see it from his body language. We just need to have a judgment day where people will account for this kinds of stuff. I could care less about how others will feel. Maybe they'll say, "Oh, you don't have the you don't have the truth, or you don't have the real accuracy of what happened." Money was divided that was meant for small farmers, the poor farmers, people who can afford, but the big shots took it and put it in their pocket, and nothing going to come out of it. The small farmer remains poor. Liberians remain hungry because the small farmers like the Gonglos, who should have started probably raising some piglets and replenish his effort, that will come to reach the poor man. They're not going to reach them. We have some big shots say he senator, so he got $7 million worth farm. Then Bapolo remain hungry. I mean, there's kinds of things. We can go on and on, but these are all the schemes they set up. These are thievery schemes. They set them up, and somebody has to make them account for it. I don't see that. I don't think President Waka is that person. We need a Nebuchadnezzar kind of leadership to really bring Liberians to their knees, so they know that what belongs to the poor man should get to them. It's not their fault that they're in power. Of course, they elect them, but that's the people obligation. They elect their leaders, but they should not impoverish them. And if nobody there to talk for them, then they should begin to look for voices of reasoning that will come and actually put an end to this. Liberia is going to be poor for a long time. A very rich country, we're going to be poor for a long time because the managers will bring on board center. All they're self ill-gotten people. They just want to get wealthy, walk away, and then make noise when they're not there. Steal when you put them in power. But thank you so much for the show.
Honorable Ed Remy Gray, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, we appreciate you spending time with us over 4 hours, 20 minutes. We do appreciate you. Come again tomorrow. Let's discuss more on this issue. Now, the reason, okay, let's know whether World Bank man. No, we're not questioning whether World Bank man. Why will a senator receive $250 million and the people are suffering? The money should have gone to the people. Train them, educate them, buy materials, help them to farm, make the farming condition easier, let them plant the pepper, let them plant the potatoes, plant the cassava, carry machines that can turn cassava into farina, carry machines that can turn sugarcane into cane juice for people to drink, or sweet coconut to coconut water. Invest in the people, not to take the money and pocket it. Wait for them all. We got more to this story. The reason why our country is where our country is today is because we got people that only came in power to steal, to kill, to destroy, and to allow you and your children to die in poverty. May God help us. Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Thank you, Paul Kennedy. Thank you, Conor Gray. As always, Uncle Sam, we appreciate you. Thanks. Have a good night, folks. All right, that was it. Again, I do appreciate Yekazi. It was a fun show today. Joe Cooper, thank you. Juana Capelli, we recognize you. William Hodges, thank you. Janet, Barbara, Zena White. Barbara, you ain't said anything yet. We're still waiting for you. Thank you for joining us, sis Barbara. Gabriel Boyman, thank you very much. We want to welcome all of you. Thank you for joining us today. We appreciate you joining us. Share the show. Tell somebody to watch the last portion of the show when we talk about the World Bank money. But come again tomorrow. Some ministers and senators' name, representative name, right? People that took the money. There's a reason why they gave them money. I mean, we give you the money, you run for election. You win, you will support us. Our country is in a bad place. Can Joseph Yimabaka persecute? Call for pure full audit on this thing. What are we sitting over here? And every day we cry imagine son. The good, the bad, and the ugly. But the ugly is too much in the country. The bad is too much in the country. Well, I mean, what's about the good? No, not one. Not one person. But be safe. Be blessed. Tomorrow is the 14th. The Supreme Court asked the majority black and the minority black to prepare their returns. 5 p.m. tomorrow, Liberian time, they should be in. The minority black have already given a return under the lawyer counselor, Arthur Johnson. The majority black will wait to see. Let's talk tomorrow. The Spoon Talk. Good night, Nelson. And good night, guys.
Well, thank you everyone for being here tonight. It's been another great show. We appreciate your input. Thanks for always making your contributions, whether it's in the comment section or calling in to share your thoughts on a different conversation every night. We appreciate you. We look forward to being here tomorrow. Spoon Talk will be on the radio. Until then, I'm Nelson Colette. Thanks to all of you across the world for joining us. Thanks to our folks across the social media, YouTube, Facebook, for joining us tonight. Thanks to the many of you in Radio Land for listening to the program, and thanks to our partner radio stations who relay the program across the country. They will come your way again. I'm Nelson Colette. Have a good night. CEO Mandela, Joe Cooper, Pana Capley, Marmo, Justina, Connie, Joki, all of you joining us tonight. We appreciate you. Media Brown, Matthews, Sawani, we appreciate all of you for joining us tonight. You can make up time to be with us tomorrow. We will appreciate that. Philip Bala, thanks to everyone for joining us tonight. And let's hope we can be here tomorrow. Good night. And coming up shortly is the late night show, the late night politics on Spoon. Bye-bye for now.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right in the south. On the wheels.